Work session of the Billings City Council. For anybody who's not used to our procedures at a work session, the procedure is a little more informal. There should be a copy of the agenda on the back counter or the back cart there for anybody who does not have one and who would like one. We will, at work sessions, we don't make formal decisions, except to perhaps give some instruction to staff. It's mostly an opportunity just to exchange ideas, get some information, and give that direction to staff. So before we jump into our three items on our agenda tonight, and first have public comment on any item, whether it's on our agenda or not, I'll turn over to our city administrator to see, Chris, do you have anything for us before we get into public comment and then our three items on our agenda?
So two things briefly. Thank you, Mayor. First is, and I apologize for the difference in order of agenda items for budget between the memo and the public agenda. I think for tonight it's most convenient to follow the public agenda, having going in that order with, I think it's facilities first, transit, or aviation and transit, public works, because then the second item on the agenda is another public works item. The second item, some of you have been getting some calls. We've had a couple of meetings. We got another one scheduled tomorrow with the folks who are involved in Burn the Point, really neat, large event in downtown Billings. Our commitment is to keep it in downtown Billings. We're making the transition, as we did with all the other parades, to stay west of 27th. MDT, it's been getting tougher and tougher, having closures of 27th. And our transit center gets quite interrupted, and anytime you mess with the transfer center, it has a ripple effect on the entire transit system across the city. So we're trying to work with them, having them understand what our goals are, what their goals are, and match them up, hopefully to move to the new route. If we can't move to the new route, then eliminate those disruptions and the rest of the system. I know some of your emails are lighting up and your phones are. I just want to let you know we are working directly with them through those issues. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. With that, we'll open it up for public comment on any item on our agenda or not. Please come forward. And the microphone is yours. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address.
My name is Walt Donges. I'm at 941 Constitution Avenue. I'm here on behalf of 406 Pride to announce that we will again be celebrating Pride downtown under Sky Point on June 24th. We've got more vendors and more sponsors this year that are real interested. We expect to expand to North 29th Street. And with that, we would ask, especially during this time where we've felt some pushback, support for the LGBT community in the eyes of a Pride proclamation, if you could see fit.
Okay, thank you very much. We did one last year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Beeson. I first want to check, is there not a public comment period after the solid waste presentation?
I should have said that. There will be an opportunity for public comment after each one of these items, so you can wait for that as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And you will continue to get pushback because they do not like the Pride, just like they love criminals here in this town. Wesley Dunn, 832 Dorothy Lane. I'm going to talk to the public.
Please, Mr. Just keep your comments to us. Go ahead.
I'm going to talk to the public tonight. So I moved up here 16 years ago, and I've been fighting a family for 16 years. Battle after battle after battle. All I wanted to try to do was just be a father and be a decent human being and maybe a great husband to a great woman. But I'll continue to fight that battle till I die because I love being a father and I love the fact that I can be in his life. So I want to talk to the public about, I'm going to call it ethical treatment of human beings. for one, I hope everybody out there listening and watching is enjoying this show that we've been putting on for 8 months. With that, with the ethical treatment of human beings, I'm going to start off by saying 8 months ago I mentioned a fellow's name by Anthony William Felton. If any of y'all cared, you would have looked up that situation and you would have learned 8 months ago what situation we're in as a city. Because that man stole 28 guns. That man robbed casinos. That man robbed ATMs. And guess what he got for it? Public. He got 2 years in a treatment facility of the hospital of the state of Montana. 2 years is what he got for all that. And now he's out on the street. I have no idea what he's doing. But I'll continue to fight for that right there. Child endangerment is another one that I spoke about 8 months ago. We still got it on Dorothy Lane. Child endangerment, we still have it on Dorothy Lane. We still have over 200 homes in the city of Billings that is being endangered. That whole neighborhood, every kid in that neighborhood, and every one of y'all know, even the people up there watching know that I'm speaking the truth right now. I am going to stand up to all this forever until I die. I'll always stand up for the ethical treatment of human beings. So I want to give some of your welcomes. So Frank Ewalt, he was a council member before this. 2016 is when every one of y'all knew about this. Frank Ewalt, you're welcome. Mike Yakovich, he's in the crowd with us somewhere. You're welcome, Mike. Sheriff Linder, I have never spoken that man's name, but I'll tell you right now, that's the one man that has not lied to my face. When I met with him when all this started, he told me, it's the judges. It's the judges. So that's why I haven't spoke his name. But he told me the truth. And so now I'm going to tell him, you're welcome. Kevin Enflin, you're welcome. You've known about this for ever since 2016. Larry Brewster, he was at the August 4th meeting. Got that started. You're welcome, Mr. Larry Brewster. Carrie Seekins Crow, you're welcome, Miss Carrie. Richard St. John, of course, we have all proved that that is a liar, but every one of y'all, even citizens, want to believe that man.
And Mr. Dunn, if you can just wrap up your comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, by the way, you just publicly spoke, finally, after 8 months, and admitted about this assessment we're going to have. We don't need an assessment of jail. We know the problems. You're welcome, Mayor, after 8 months. You're welcome after 8 months. Finally, you have admitted we have a problem. Council, every one of y'all have finally admitted after 8 months. 2016, you're finally admitting it.
And Mr. Dunn, if you can just wrap up your comments.
Okay. Dennis Pittman, you're welcome. Scott Emmerich, you're welcome, because I showed him all the bullies that he had in his department. So again, Anthony William Felton, child endangerment and harassment. City of Billings, Montana, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Before you start my time, I haven't been up here in weeks, so a lot has happened, and I have about 4 minutes written. I've timed it. Could you just give me that, please?
We understand.
Okay. Amber Dunn, Dorothy Lane. I'm going to try to hold my emotions. Today I come before you to ask why. Why aren't you doing anything about flop houses and trap houses? Why are we having to have this conversation again? Why haven't you chosen to change your codes and make them better? The owner next door was going to prison, and yet he moved 2 guys in the day before. He moved a guy in 2 days before he was to be sentenced, which didn't happen, by the way. Why it didn't happen? Well, our justice system allowed someone to plead guilty and then walk free to sell more drugs until he gets sentenced. Then he doesn't complete his pre-sentencing paperwork, so he doesn't get sentenced at all. Now he's arrested. Anyways, Wednesday, we watched a woman bring a 1 or 2-year-old child into that house 2 different times. No one has been watching this house, yet we are told all law enforcement has it on their radar. I see every car that drives by, 2 cameras up front. But this weekend, we actually watched it. We watch them look for Robert. Why isn't street crimes pulling over customers after they leave? Why aren't things being done to get it taken care of? Why do our families have to suffer? Why our street? Why any street? Why does our quality of life have to be affected? Why do our children have to feel unsafe doing simple things like walking onto our property? Why do we have to be up at all hours of the night because loud cars come back and forth over and over and over again? Why isn't your city administrator giving you advice when you ask him about these codes? Why can't you get a straight answer from him? When you ask about that and most everything else, you never get a straight answer. Why do we have 45 codes that you can't use because they're too broad? Please do what you were elected to do and fight for us and take back your city. Yes, cleaning up the outside worked, but you have to clean out the inside of the house too. As I told code enforcement, if you tell a criminal how to get away with breaking a law or a code, that's exactly what they'll do. And as a city, you are telling them you won't do anything, so keep doing it. A higher up in the county called me and told me, or asked me, why isn't code enforcement beating down their door? Why have codes that they aren't using? Also in this city, you call drug crimes victimless crimes, like our situation. It's a victimless crime in your eyes, but society does not see it that way. You have drug addicts who are productive members of society when they typically start doing drugs. Then they eventually stop working and start stealing. Then those people they steal from become victims. Or take a dealer, for instance. He has cars in and out of his home doing drugs in front of his house. They leave needles on the side of the road. A child pokes themselves with it. That child gets a disease or becomes high. Now she's a victim. You can try calling drug crimes victimless, but in all reality, it has always been a crime that has victims attached. In a neighborhood that has a drug dealer in it, the entire neighborhood becomes victims. Everyone becomes affected. Sorry. Some of them develop PTSD due to the quality of life, and I know this firsthand. Once again, it can't be mutual. Our neighbors are dealing with people from that house trespassing, breaking into cars, and shooting a gun in front of their house. Find a way to stop these dealers from taking over neighborhoods. I have an idea. Send a civilian officer to sit right in front or around a drug house. Start with us. Use us as a guinea pig. Because there are 200 more. And there is dealing taking place right now with or without him in that home. Put pressure on those dealers and houses like on our street. Get tag numbers and run them. Have the police pull them over when they leave. Do something, for crying out loud. I can tell you Friday night and Saturday, no drugs were sold near that house. Why? Because the cops were showing their presence. He knew they were watching him and were looking for him. Show these dealers you do not want, nor do you approve of this behavior in your city. And as a city, you are tired of it. Put a stop to this and show Billings you mean business and you care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Garcia, Dorothy Lane. Two things. One, how do we get a speed assessment on our street? These people that use Mr. Morse's house and even the houses close by speed like crazy. They're going to hit and kill one of these kids that are in the street. It's really bad. And how do we get at least one more officer in the Heights? When you have to wait 10 minutes because somebody shoots a gun in your front yard, really sucks. That was my front yard she's talking about. And the gun went off in front of our house in our driveway. We also had to wait 10 minutes when we had juveniles ransacking every vehicle that we had. And we have 6 out front? 6 out front. And these kids are going in, They're looking for something, whether they're looking for our neighbor house 2 doors down or not. They were specifically looking for stuff inside the cars because we got it on Ring camera. They were going through, looking methodically through, leaving $400 scan tools, leaving his wallet in the car. They didn't take anything like that. They were looking for something specific. Like I said, I think it was they're looking for something 2 doors down. Someone's in a high-speed chase with the guys. BPD still can't show up because their hands are full and we've only got 2 officers in the Heights. We need to do something about having more officers readily available because like she said, Friday night, Saturday, our street was so peaceful because the cops were there so much. Besides a motorcycle guy down the way who likes to go 40 or 50. They say 80. But it was so peaceful. When the cops are around, and I know that they're busy, it is peaceful on our street. I am tired of hearing Robert's gold car friend go up and down our street all night when the cops aren't present. All night. We have Ring camera footage to show. That's all they do is run drugs all night. And it doesn't matter that he's going to prison because the guys that live there still work with these guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pam Ellis, 2000 Outlook Drive, with a lighter topic. The reason I'm dressed all in white with a little purple on my sign is because those are the colors of the suffragettes. And I know I've sent you several invitations to the Hazel Hunkins plaque unveiling, but I wanted to just make you aware of it because it's a really big deal for women. And Hazel was a Billings, Montana girl, graduated from Billings Senior when it was at Lincoln Center. I think it was called Billings High School or something like that. Valedictorian of her class. When I called Scott McCullough, the chair of the school board, to talk about possibly locating the plaque on at Lincoln Center, because it's the only physical place that's remaining. Her home has been torn down. Her father's business has been torn down. He had never heard of her. And you know, her obituary was in the New York Times. She was written up in the LA Times. She was an international figure. She's buried here at Mount View Cemetery, and yet not a peep in the Billings Gazette when she passed away, which wasn't that long ago. So, I wanted to make sure you knew about her. She's pretty amazing. She was one of the Iron-Jawed Angels. She graduated from Vassar with a degree in chemistry, but she was a woman. She wasn't employable in chemistry. So she ended up moving to Washington, D.C. and getting active in the women's movement. She was one of the women who stood in front of the White House day after day, demanding the right to vote before she was arrested, sent to prison. And then they went on a hunger strike, so she was force-fed with a metal tube pushed down her throat, which is now something that is considered torture by standards. So she's an amazing person, and we'd really like to welcome you to come. So the reason it's in purple, and the reason I'm doing it tonight, even though I've emailed you, is because I want the community to know that you're welcome. So thank you. Oh, one more thing. I did also address the email to Debbie Milling, and that's because Judy Centeni, who's our chair, tried to locate a place within the city and raved about how helpful Debbie Milling was. She just said she went out of her way over and over and over. So I wanted you to know that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for calling our attention and your work on that. Representative Yakowicz.
Good evening, council members. Give me 3 minutes or less. Thank you for your hard work and for the citizens. Over time, right, as council, we've had to deal with human trafficking, drug houses, abatements, so many challenging things. So I commend the citizens for standing up and working hard, and that's how things get done. And thank you all for your hard work too, city administrator and all. And our chief, I really appreciate our chief, St. John, a great man, an honorable man I really respect. I worked with him for 30 years. I've known him. Council members and mayor, my name is Mike Yakowicz, Y-A-K-A-W-I-C-H. And Mayor, just wanted to congratulate you on the successful bill House Bill 534.
Your bill.
Our bill, our bill. Because of you, we were able to get this bill forward, and because of the leadership of your council in developing a legislative committee, which, when I was a councilman, I wasn't that smart. You guys are a lot smarter. So great job on that, which segued into getting this bill going forward. The governor just signed it on Wednesday, so it was officially instituted into statute. And it is a bill on abatement, something that I'm very grateful to have carried for you, addressing homes in this community that need to be taken care of when there was a need for code enforcement. Our code enforcement officers do a great job, give them a lot of warnings, but when there's a final warning, they're not addressed, then they're torn down or addressed in some other way. And so many requests from the city would go to the district court. Usually it was 10,000 or less. And then other than that would go to the district court, which would take a lot longer, maybe 2 years to address. With your leadership and your insight, we were able to raise it to 25,000, and therefore under 25,000, we could bring it directly to the municipal court, or the municipal court. So it is a bill that the legislators really enjoyed. We got a lot of unanimous support, but also we had to work with it, and thank you, council, for helping work on it, and the lobbyists. We had to make some amendments. And Mayor, this is just trivia, but this piece of document was produced over 200 times. And over 200 people touched this. 100 legislators, 50 senators, and then many staff, proponents, opponents, and informational witnesses. So amazing how much goes into that. And all of our legislators on both sides of the aisle did an incredible job. They worked hard. It was 7 hours, 7 in the morning to 7 at night for 90 days. So, Councilmember Joy, imagine having city council one day, 7 till 7, all the way for 90 days here in this building. Thank you for all your support, and I'm happy to continue to support you, work with you, and let's get even better legislation.
Thank you, Councilmember Yakovich. Thank you for your service. All of our legislators makes city council not look so bad, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, City.
All righty. Thank you again. Any other public comment on any item, either on our agenda or not? And we will have an opportunity for public comment at the toward the conclusion of each of the items on our agenda as well.
Mayor, we do have one person online with the screen name of Christy Glenn.
Yeah, Christy, if you would like to go ahead, you please feel free. It's a little light, so if you can speak loudly.
Okay, is that better?
That is better.
Okay, my name is Chris Glenn. I'm at 209 Yellowstone Avenue in Billings. And I've heard that the Public Works Department is looking to start bringing out city recycling. And I just want to voice my support for that and for all of the good work that the city is doing in their innovation and trying to be more sustainable while saving the city money. So I'm all for recycling, and if I need to pay a little extra in services money for the city, I will do that. And that's all I wanted to say, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And for anybody who's listening, stick around for item number 2, our solid waste rates, and there'll be more discussion of the topic of recycling and solid waste rates generally.
Mayor, we do have one more online. Katie from Sustain Billings.
Katie, go ahead.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi everyone. Well, I sent an email to the mayor and the city council members today. I'm just basically going to read from that. I know I only have a couple of minutes.
And Katie, please just give us your full name and address.
I don't think that as it is right now that it's perfect, but I think it's a really good start of diverting waste from our landfill. And in my email to you all, I included just some quotes from our city's own website, where it says, if the landfill continues to receive the same amount of waste, it will be full in approximately 50 years. And this can be greatly expanded if recyclables are diverted from the landfill. And it goes on to quote like percentages of what the landfill receives and has to like basically process. And I didn't do the math myself, but a majority of that is recyclable, but also compostable. So I just want to plant the seed and put it out there that I think we should also consider, along with partnering with Earth First Aid for the recycling program, that we should also have discussions with Agri-Organics Composting about how we can divert the compostables as well to be more efficient in the rollout of our waste diversion program. And that's about all I have. And I just want to thank everyone for listening.
And thank you, Katie. Can you give us your last name and address, please?
Katie Harrison, and my address is 2901 6th Avenue South. Do you need me to spell my name?
No, we have that on your email, so I think we're good. Thank you, though.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Very good. Is there any other public comment, either online or here with us? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the comment period and move on to our regular agenda. First item up is our fiscal year 24 non-general fund budget presentations. We had 3 bullet points on our agenda, council, and I think the most sense is that we stick with that order. The order in your packet didn't match that, so you may have to bounce around a little bit in your packet, but we'll start with facilities and then aviation and transit, since they go together, and then finish with public works. So first up, John, facilities, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's an honor and a privilege to be here this evening to present the Facilities Division Fiscal Year 24 budget. I would like to preface by saying that next Monday, I have a presentation dedicated solely to new City Hall, so I'm going to refrain from providing any updates on that project this evening. Division mission is to serve the citizens, employees, and visitors of Billings by providing safe, efficient, and comprehensive facility management. So basically, the work that we do enables the success of the departments that we serve. Here's our org chart. It's bifurcated. On one side, we have tactical, and those positions provide hard and soft services, hard being maintenance, soft being custodial. And then on the other side, we have strategic and the facility specialist role. 85% of that is dedicated towards fire department projects. Our menu of services, this is very much a macro view. So our footprint currently totals 500,000 square feet and 42 acres. And that's at existing City Hall, this building, future City Hall, which is across the street, the Billings Operations Center, and the Yellowstone Valley Animal Shelter. And then I have here what I would call the Triple S model of deliverability, which includes services, solutions, and strategies. So on the services side, we have the hard services, which are repair and maintenance tasks that keep equipment from failing, and structures from degradation. We have the soft services, which are manual and mechanized services such as cleaning and landscaping. On the solutions component, that's our services request, and those would lie outside the general building maintenance, and that includes space relocations, moves, credential management. And then the strategic component would be capital projects, and those are the long-term plans that alter physical space, so alterations, additions, upgrades, et cetera. This is more of a micro view, and it's not exhaustive, but it provides a snapshot of the items that we provide within the larger bucket. So we have technical, tactical, operational, and strategic services that we provide our tenants. Some of our fiscal year 23 highlights: we completed schematic design, design development, construction drawings, and then we bid out work for new City Hall. We zero-scaped 5,300 square feet at BOC. We completed an LED upgrade at the garage and PD1 barn at BOC. We completed miscellaneous bid package for hail repairs. We recently executed the community center contract for hail repairs, and the contractor will be mobilizing there shortly. And we issued an RFP to dispose of real property. Those are City Hall, Park 1 Retail, and 2 surface lots. The RFP submission due date is June 16th, at which point the realtor, Kevin, and facilities, we will vet through those proposals. We'll bring those to council and we'll ask for direction. Either we move forward with engaging in negotiations with anything that seems like a good offer, or we will ask for direction to re-advertise. And started the fifth and final phase of concrete aprons at BOC. So Chief Valdez had touched on this stuff last week in his presentation, but I wanted to provide highlights on some of the work that we completed for the fire department. So we replaced the roof at Fire Station 7. That was a hail repair. We installed an above-ground fuel tank at Station 7. We installed a new CO and NO2 system at Stations 1 and 7. We issued a bid pack for access control at Stations 1 through 8. And that's the same access control system that we have at BOC and the animal shelter, and we'll be speccing out at New City Hall. So we're starting to consolidate our database and credential management. We assisted with the purchase of Fire Station 8. We executed the architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing services contract for Fire Station 8 remodel. We've been approved for a Montana DEQ Brownfields grant, and then we issued the bid pack for Fire Station 8 remodel. Bid opening for that is June 6th, and then you will see it on council approval June 26th. So our revenues on the request side for City Hall construction is $997,000, and then facility management side is $2,928,000 for a total of $3,925,000. Our BOC revenues by department, total revenue comes out to $1,393,000. That's no increase from fiscal year 23, with the exception of solid waste. We are now charging them, and we're charging them a debt service, and that contribution will be going to facilities reserved for capital improvement. So as you can see, Public Works is our largest tenant at BOC. For existing City Hall, revenues total $611,000. That's a 3% increase from fiscal year 23, and that is to cover personnel costs and increased costs of repairs and maintenance. Police is our largest tenant in this space. Then the new City Hall revenues by department. This pie chart is a little skewed because Yellowstone County will be paying us for 12 months rent, whereas the tenants would only be paying us for 3. So total revenue for fiscal year 24 is $623,000, and the city department charges are based on the existing City Hall per square foot OpEx, and the assumption was 3 months occupancy in fiscal year 24. However, our schedule's been pushed back, so we're estimating August of 24 is when we'll occupy, but the decision was made to pass through some charges for carrying costs, as that location is more expensive to maintain. So we wanted to provide a 15-month buffer for departments so they're not paying a large balloon payment in 25. Facilities FTE, we budget for 1 additional FTE in facility maintenance support 2 position. We currently have a vehicle for this role, and the cost would come from tenant charges and a reduction that we would see in vendor charges for completing work in-house. And this position would report to Doug, who's our lead facility maintenance tech, and they would provide skill repair and maintenance services. Our expenditure for 24 on the construction side for new City Hall is $1.2 million. You notice that's a pretty small number because most of that was budgeted in FY23. And then on the facility management side, we're looking at $2.9 million for a total expenditure of $4,120,000. Our challenges and opportunities, our big one is staffing. We're not We have total quality management, which is completing of our facility condition assessments and then using those key performance indicators to drive our capital improvement and large project plan. And then on the repair and maintenance side, continue to tackle backlog of deferred maintenance, continue to move from reactive to proactive, and that additional FTE will help us do that, and then establish a baseline of operations and then maintain that. So fire department and facilities initiative, this is a continuation of our existing partnership that we've had over the past 2 years. So the idea is to move towards centralized facility management. And The Facilities Division will provide technical, tactical, operational, and strategic operations of buildings and grounds. So that is fire stations 1 through 8, 911 call center, and then the training center at the airport. So this would add an additional 70,000 square feet and 4.5 acres to our footprint. Go there, complete the facility condition assessment, and this is a new request. So to be clear, you've not seen this before, but we're asking for an additional facilities maintenance support position on the fire department side to handle those skilled repairs and maintenance. And the discussion with fire happened after we had submitted our budget proposal. So the conversations had happened after that, just for clarity. And then our division goals, new city hall. With the build out, commissioning, move our tenants into that space, dispose of real property. Priority is this location so that we can use those funds to offset renovation costs. Resolve 2 outstanding insurance claim repairs. One is community center, the other is the library. BOC master plan. I'd like to move design development for a new wash bay facility. We've already completed schematic design. And then I'd really like to leverage our analytics, prioritize our legacy issues, help reduce mean time between failure of equipment, and then optimize our workflow to operate more efficiently. And with that, I will yield to the floor for any questions.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Parrington, go ahead. And Councilmember Gillick.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
And you can feel free to punt this first one to Andy if you need to.
Okay.
The budget narrative indicates that personal services have decreased about $36,000, but the chart shows they've increased $54,000.
I will defer to Andy on that
thought you
one.
might.
Thanks, Councilmember Owen.
Okay, I'll let him work on that for a second. The next, I want to ask you here about this wash bay. So it's my understanding we'll be deferring what is currently in the capital improvement plan from FY24 to FY25.
Correct.
Correct, which I think is a great decision. I'm curious about the change sort of in this line of planning for facility optimization, being more thoughtful about our investments. You've eliminated a superintendent and gone to a full-time facilities manager. Is that management position going to be able to do that kind of systems-wide analysis? Or do you still lack the capacity to sort of look across the city government and say, how do we manage our real property?
Great question, Councilmember Owen. I would say that, yeah, currently we're understaffed. So it's knowing what our limitations are and then prioritizing our initiatives within those limitations. The facility specialist role has some capacity to help with those initiatives. And then also on the strategic side, I will assist with those as well. But yeah, certainly the current staffing model, I can't say with certainty that we can go out and we can achieve all these initiatives to the same level that I would aspirationally like to achieve.
Yeah, so I guess I just want to highlight my ongoing concern that when I look across the capital improvement plan, everybody's got a storage shed, a break room. They all need remote facilities, and they
Right.
do, but no one's planning across. This wash bay sort of popped up and needed a little more thought, and I'm glad you made the choice to do that. But I want us to understand how we can be more thoughtful in the taxpayer investment and whether or not you have the capacity to do that, and I'm hearing no.
Yeah, thanks for that. So Kevin and I made the decision to punt it 1 year. We want to be more intentional with the decisions we make. Instead of saying, yes, let's go do this in the short term, and our hasty decision could come back to bite us in 10 years, we want to make sure that we're putting the right amount of effort into the project so that we have this 25-year solution.
Okay, and you can do that now?
With juggling priorities, to a certain degree, yes, we can. Taking on a lot of the fire department stuff is going to help, I guess I'll say, it's going to make us reprioritize some of the work that we're doing with that added operations and maintenance component. But certainly having an additional individual on the team that's focused more towards the strategic long-term initiatives is something that I would like to have a discussion about in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, hang on, Mayor, I'm still waiting.
Oh, right.
I guess we'll let Andy respond to that in writing.
Okay, was the question clear to you, Andy? So you good or clear enough? Okay, you can follow up. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Puritan, Councilmember Gillick?
Thank you. So I guess my question is this movement of embracing the fire stations, the maintenance piece, is that an administrative decision, or is that coming from the fire station, or is that coming from you? Or, I mean, I don't know where it's coming from.
So after having tag team projects and some operational stuff over 2 years, Assistant Chief Kevin Johnson and myself had a conversation. We said, I think the time is right. We need to take the first step, and it makes more sense for us to take on the operations and maintenance. One, he has more important things to do than worry about the fire stations and the functioning of those spaces. He's got his fire stuff to work on. And the two, we have the skill set and the knowledge and ability to take those things on. So it was a conversation with Chief Valdez, Assistant Chief Johnson, Kevin Iflin, and myself, and that was the decision that was made.
So I guess that, I'm just thinking, I thought that was what that is.
Is somebody that has a skill set, which Kevin Johnson has some construction skill set, gives assigned facilities as other duties as assigned. He's the operational assistant fire chief over the operations, of the fire trucks, the BCs and everything. So this has just been another duty as assigned, but like John was alluding to, we need him doing the operational stuff with the fire department, not worrying about the HVAC system, the maintenance, the operation of that when something goes bad. So that's why, we started entering talks. And what I asked John to do was put together a menu of services of kind of what you saw up here. And it's where can facilities help out these departments that are lacking in these, in some of these areas, not necessarily all of the areas, but where are they lacking, in some of those menu of services that facilities can provide. And then can we step in there, do more of that, preventative maintenance and checks, and set out that strategic goal, strategic plan of, so we're not running into $1 million, $2 million of deferred maintenance in our fire stations and no way to really tackle those problems. We need to have more forethought at the beginning as we go into this stuff. So that's where we kind of ended up with the fire department today.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So would that play into other departments? This is kind of new to me, so would it go into other departments that have maintenance issues or deferred maintenance issues?
It certainly can. And what we've seen is like with the hail, I think we're 4 years into this hail claim. And you've got facilities working on projects for the library, for Parks and Rec Department. Yes. I mean, I think that's why we created that menu of services, is where can facilities help out?
Gotcha. Okay, so my original question before all that came up. So I'm looking at the book, and I had the same question that Councilmember Owen had about the personal services being decreased. But yet, as I look on your staffing authorization, you're requesting additional maintenance support 2, but yet whenever you go to the list, it's decreasing, but yet maintenance support 1 is going up. And then your facility manager is going full-time, and then you're asking for lead facilities maintenance tech. So I'm kind of confused on who all those people are.
Yeah, thank you.
Because it sounds like it's, one place you're saying we're gaining 1, but on the list it shows you're losing 1. And I'm looking in the book. I'm not looking at your thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Parrington. I appreciate the opportunity to provide clarity on that. So there was a reorg in January, and the position that I held was eliminated, and then I took on the facility manager role, and then we had a maintenance support 2 that retired, so we reclassified his role to a maintenance 1. So that's where that increase on the maintenance 1 side is seen. So additionally, we're asking for a maintenance support 2, so we can provide those skilled repair and maintenance services for the tenants at the facilities locations that we manage. So in total, assuming that we get that position that's budgeted for approved, we would have 9 FTEs in facilities division.
Okay, well, that's really not answering what I see in front of me and what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but it's just not, that's not what it's showing, and maybe that's where the difference is.
Councilor Stern, do you have the page number?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's number 27.
Oh, okay, and I don't have it in front of me, but just
That's
for
fine.
future reference, that way you can refer back to that.
Okay.
Anything else?
The only other thing is that I see from 23 to 24 is at that .7 position. You're going from 8.3 to 9. So, and I get where you're switching up titles and everything, but anyway, I just have a question about how all those people are.
Okay.
So you may want to look at it after the meeting and follow up by email?
I'll provide some more clarity on that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Gillett?
Great, yeah, I really applaud the centralizing facilities management approach. I think, you know, when there's different people who are spending like a 1/10 FTE in lots of departments, it's never gets the real focus, and there's not a learning curve they have from other things that I think there's some real efficiencies that we can gain and avoid. There's some real avoided maintenance, but especially utility costs we can have by doing that. So it seems like as expanding will require more strategic staffing as well as the tactical, I guess. With the strategic, I guess, is the real place where there might be more staffing, and then reduced FTEs in lots of other departments, partial FTEs. I suspect when new City Hall is online, that opens up some capacity, but in order to really get the capability, need to have more staffing on the strategic level. I guess, so here's the question. Is what can council or city administrator Kukulski do to help facilitate that? What needs to happen in order to expand that vision?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councilmember Gulick. I don't know if, Kevin, you want to answer that, or you want me to take it?
Yeah, Councilmember Gulick, I think John and I are having those conversations, obviously, with City Administrator Kukulski along those lines. And I think, you know, some of it is just what can facilities do? You know, what do we have expertise to do? Where can we see those efficiencies? And then capacity. We have to, you know, look at our capacity and what can we take on? How fast can we take some of this on? And then, you know, just work with the other department directors and where can we fill those gaps that need to be done. I think that's, you know, kind of the inroads that we need, you know, are trying to do at this point. So, you know, right now we're taking some, I would say, baby steps in doing that, and taking on all this, you know, fire stations is you know, one of those steps forward. And Chris, you got more to add to that?
Only piece I would add is that these guys have done a great job. We'll acknowledge, and I was trying to remember the timing, whether it was pre-pandemic or early pandemic, when we went all in, that we needed to create a facilities division that was capable of really overseeing the tens of millions of dollars of assets that we own. It has been a challenge to hire expertise to work in these capacities, and we have to admit that that's been part of a definite, more of a reality check as to how aggressively we can make that transition. One is your guys' strong support for this notion of moving away from it being all decentralized and being in other duties as assigned, as Kevin mentioned. That's what we did for a really long time, and we see that in part what it got us is a lot of facilities that weren't well maintained, and now we find ourselves with a ton of deferred maintenance that we're trying to play catch up on. So,
Okay, Councilor Ernest?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, I think you're right. We talked about this, and I like this fact that we're starting to get this way to centralize facilities. So this is a welcome change. I'm a little confused on what you talked about, suddenly throwing the Fire Station 8. So if you can make sure you email everyone those numbers as far as what the FTTs are, I'd appreciate it. But I think that, one of the things I've always seen a lot is we are kind of siloed in our different divisions. And I think having facilities over all of our facilities will help us. And I think one of the things we need to look at as facilities is when it comes to CIP, that you look at any facilities issues first before they go on the CIP. And so I look forward to that, again, being part of the centralization. One thing I am concerned about as we start decentralizing to centralize is making sure that those FTEs that are in those other departments are
properly, the percentage is properly transferred to the facilities, and then whether it's Parks Department or Fire Department, then they have to justify their increase for their FTEs. So if you took 0.1 off of fire, then it needs to show, we need to be able to track that, the 0.1 came off of fire and came over to you guys. And then if they need to retain that 0.1 or 0.5 or whatever it may be, then they can do it. And so hopefully, as you go through the different departments, we may find that there's someone with a great facility experience out there that maybe would actually physically transfer you to department instead. So again, I look forward to this, but I would like to, I guess my question again is, when you move this, fires and any others, did the fire lose their FTE as well? Or did you just add FTEs to your department and they kept their FTE as it was?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Nee. So initially, the facilities specialist role was created under the facilities organization. It was paid for by fire. So we manage that position. We do all the strategic initiatives. We do the proposals, we do the contracts. So fire is not losing anybody per se. They have a lot of firemen that currently work at the stations. They do some of the lawn care and general repairs and maintenance. So there isn't a role that's being eliminated or transferred anywhere, if that answers your question.
That helps. So they'll continue to do the work like that they're doing today, but you guys will just oversee that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for questions with you, John, I'm assuming. Council, I'm a little concerned if we wait for public comments. Probably people here on each of these bullets. If we don't take their comment now, they may have to wait through our break, et cetera, where if we just got their 3-minute comment, they could go home, if that's what they want to do. So if, with your consent, we'll offer that opportunity. So if anybody would like to make comment just on the presentation you heard, the facilities budget component, we'll open an opportunity to do that. We'll try to do that then on the other 2 bullets as well. Would anybody like to comment on the facilities budget? Don't see any, so,
Check. Wesley Dunn, 832 Dorothy Lane. So, Ms. Owens, you were directing questions to Andy here, and I just noticed some body language that I didn't think was appropriate. For one, they came in here half-cocked, okay, to present whatever they had going on. You asked some questions. Mr. Andy over here didn't even know anything. He said he'd get back to you, and he just kind of shrugged his shoulders like, you're his boss, but he don't care.
Mr. Dunn, that's really for us to take offense at, not to you, but go ahead with your
public.
Go ahead with your comments.
All right? Every single one of y'all work for me, correct?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that I took no
have 3
offense.
minutes. My First Amendment right, Mr. Mayor, so I'm going to speak that, okay? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So either way, what I noticed as the public sitting back here, they did come in here half-cocked. I've already said that. But the body language that Mr. Andy gave you was very inappropriate. Just to let you know. So just want to remind everybody that you work for this council. Everybody that is under this council, they are your boss. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment on the aviation component? No, we'll move on then to our aviation and transit presentation. And first, we're going to start with aviation. Jeff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Roach, Director of Aviation and Transit. I'll be presenting the aviation component of the department's budget for the airport, and then Rusty Logan will follow with the transit component. So for Billings, expansion project is the cornerstone of the air. Then we went out and signed with your approval, the Mead and Hunt contract for air service development, and we have partaken in completed several activities already associated with that effort. We've attended multiple conferences that are focused on air service development, one of them being Mead and Hunt's annual conference and the Elite Airport Conference. And we're looking at the presentations for the Jumpstart Conference, which is done by our National Trade Association on an annual basis. That'll be in June. We've also met with headquarters staff for airlines, Alaska Airlines at their location, as well as other staff as they've traveled here to Billings to look at their operations here in Billings. As I mentioned earlier, we signed the 5-year contract. We have just completed the SCASD grant application. That's the Small Community Air Service Development Grant. That is what was used to bring American Airlines service to Billings back in 2017. When they came and provided service to Dallas and then expanded to Phoenix, was through that Revenue Guarantee and Marketing Grant. So we just submitted an application on Friday asking for a $1 million DOT grant with $750,000 in local match that was raised to match that grant. We'll hear back in late August, early September on whether we're successful. We think we have a very good chance of getting another SCASD grant for service to the preferred market, which, working with the community, that was the Southern California, Central California markets, primarily Los Angeles and San Francisco. We've also signed contracts with marketing firms to work on our marketing efforts to increase awareness of the opportunities to travel through Billings Logan International Airport, as well as our social media engagement to help our customers and stakeholders. So this is our projection for enplanements at the end of this fiscal year of 2023. Those in green are estimates for the remainder of the year. We expect to be at about 414,000 enplanements. That's passengers getting on a plane at Billings. And we're not quite to the 2019 pre-COVID levels, but we have been increasing steadily since 2020. And we expect to see that continue to increase with our air service development efforts. Air cargo is down slightly. That's due to a number of factors, but primarily due to resources by the carriers. That is pilot shortage, as well as aircraft availability. But we're seeing a slight downturn in air cargo, not significant, but slight. So this is our anticipated airport operating revenue. We anticipate an increase in our non-operating revenue in '24, as you can see here, primarily due to an increase in concessions. We've opened our gift shop and our enlarged restaurant concessions on the secure side, and so that provides an additional opportunity, and we expect to see additional revenue from those concession efforts. A slight increase in land and building leases, as well as other revenues for airport operating. Our non-operating revenues, likewise, are expected to increase. Our airport operating expenses, we will see an increase. Our airport operating expenses increases are primarily due to personnel costs, but we also see higher utilities and significant increase in insurance premiums that are required in FY24 as well. Here are our anticipated capital revenues. These are funds that primarily come back to us that are collected through operations at the airport. The federal grants or the Airport Improvement Program funds are used primarily for capital projects. And these are a return of federally collected taxes and fees. A lot of that is through either passenger fees or significant fuel tax as well that are collected through the airport. We also will see passenger enplanement, or passenger charges, facility charges, and then customer facility charges, which are per rented car transaction for rental cars. So we'll see these costs being covered by grants, approximately $9.45 million that will be covered by grants. These are federal grants. And then these projects will be covered by airport revenue. These projects are being paid for with airport-generated revenue. Some of these projects will see reimbursements through future passenger facility charges. Whenever we do an application for additional passenger facility charges in the future through the FAA, then we ask for reimbursement for those projects that are eligible for PFC collection. So this is our budget total. Total revenue, approximately $20.7 million. Total expenditures at 26.5. And this is, this cash decrease will be covered by our cash that we have in reserves. We have approximately $22 million in reserves. And we'll be making a significant investment with these projects, as well as our air service development and marketing efforts. This is the remainder of our COVID relief funds that we've received through the airport. The $3.8 million will be split over FY24 and FY25 to offset airport operating costs. And I just included this slide to highlight the project funding for the terminal reconstruction project. This is where the bulk of that funding came from. And with this project, due to the influx of federal infrastructure and COVID relief funding, we have virtually no debt service for this project, which is completely unexpected. It was one of the benefits, if you will, of the COVID relief funding that came from the federal government. And then finally, we're asking for one full-time employee increase, and that is for an airport police officer position. We're currently paying approximately $75,000 a year in overtime costs to cover officer vacations and absences. But we also have additional space that is required to be covered with the increase in our terminal size, as well as other developed areas on the airport. So that is our one full-time FTE request. And with that, that's the airport budget presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. Welcome to your first budget presentation.
Thank you.
First of many. Good job. Councilmember Boyette, Joy, Gulick, Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, I think you and I may have talked about parking up there. Was there indication you were thinking about building a parking garage, especially for the rentals? Can you discuss that a little bit?
Certainly. One of the projects that's listed in our capital projects for FY24 is our airport master plan effort. An airport master plan is a 20-year look at future development on an airport. And we will be initiating that project with the start of the new federal fiscal year after October 1st. One of the things that we'll be looking at is the parking situation at Billings Logan International Airport. There are times when we have busy travel periods where the customer parking is full and overflowing. And so we'll be looking at parking forecasts into the future. One of the ways that parking can be dealt with, and this will be looked at in the airport master plan, is through the development of a parking structure, a parking garage. We currently have been collecting customer facility charges through our rental car transactions, and those can be used for parking structures. Typically, those are used, or restricted to use for rental car facilities because that's where the funds are collected. So we'll be looking in the master plan whether it is in the best interest of the airport to develop a parking structure for the rental cars, which means that we can then expand the customer parking, the passenger parking, into areas that are currently utilized for rental cars.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A good presentation. And I know that you haven't been in your position very long, but I'll ask this question anyway to kind of get your opinion. You know, we have leases there at the airport, and I've always wondered why they aren't more valuable in terms of generating revenue for the airport. It's not like there's a lot of competition. I mean, the person really, if they suppose it's a business, it's not like they'd move their business to Miles City or some other town. We're kind of the only airport where they could really operate. So why aren't they a little bit more valuable to us than they are in generating revenue? Thank you.
Certainly. Airport leases are very restricted in who we can lease to. We are required by the FAA, because we've accepted federal grant funding, to lease areas that are accessible to the airfield operating area to only those businesses that are aeronautical activities. And so we work with those businesses, those limited number of businesses, to come up with a fair and equitable lease rate that we initiate through a discussion with them, as well as an outside look at what current lease rates are. And then we typically have an annual increase to those leases over time. So having said all that, typically you will see, because of the type of activity that occurs on the airfield and the limitation to aeronautical activity, that lease rates on airports are generally lower than they are in commercial developed areas elsewhere, which are open to everyone to compete for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gillett.
Thank you. Maybe it's a question that's been asked probably a lot the last 5-10 years, but can you run through the factors why airfares might be lower in a place like Bozeman than they are Billings? And I guess the follow-up is, what's within our control to help incentivize airlines to be more competitive here in Billings?
So the bottom line is that airlines get to decide where they fly and how much they charge to fly to those locations. Typically what you'll see is an airport that has more operations and a wider variety of carriers will have lower fares due to competition. That's, strictly competition. We do have higher fares on some routes out of Billings, not all routes, but across the board, our average is higher than the national average, and certainly it's higher than Bozeman. Bozeman has more flights, more seats available, and hence more competition for those flights and those seats. And so they tend to get lower rates for some markets, typically the California markets, as well as the leisure markets like Nashville, Orlando, places where people are going to recreate. Whereas you'll see us having lower rates here out of Billings to some locations where it's typically business travelers are going. Places like the hubs, like Denver and Salt Lake, you can regularly find lower fares out of Billings. So it's a matter of competition. And so our air service development efforts that we're partaking right now are intended to increase those opportunities, the number of flights, the markets we serve directly, as well as the number of seats available on those flights. That competition that comes with that additional air service will lower the prices that we pay here. Bozeman has had some significant growth in their airport due to the type of recreational activity that occurs in the Bozeman area. And so they've gotten more flights to places that have more affluent travelers, such as Southern California, Seattle area, and so that are coming to recreate in those areas. And the airlines have decided to put those seats there. So on the airport's part, we work, and all airports do this, they work regularly with the air carriers to show that it's beneficial to fly, to operate out of our airport. And we work to keep our costs low. Our per enplanement costs for FY24 are going to be about $6.86 per enplanement. Anything below 7 is well within the national average. So we're well within the good range for air service. Now it's a matter of convincing the air carriers that they should be putting their limited assets, their limited number of aircraft, the limited pilots that they have and other flight crew members, to add additional flights and seats here. And so that's why we go to these conferences. We brought Mead and Hunt on board to help us with our air service development. We're going after another SCASD grant. All these is our effort to bring that air service up here in Billings.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
I'm
Councilmember
just
Neese.
kind of pick up on that last thread there. Help us understand as you embark on this next phase of master planning, how much increasing air service, engaging the community to increase demand for air services, how much is that going to be a part of the master planning effort?
So the master plan only looks at additional air service as a part of its passenger forecast. And that's for planning for future infrastructure development. So it's kind of two separate efforts. You have that master plan effort, which is looking at ensuring that we have the infrastructure in place in our airport to continue to increase our activity over the next 20 years. And you have the air service development effort, which is working with the airlines trying to increase air service, which will rely on those infrastructure projects that we develop through our master plan effort. So the master plan will help us identify what is needed for the next 20 years and how to get there. The air service development effort will work with the air carriers to bring in that additional activity.
Mayor, I have just two more questions, if that's all right.
Okay.
During one of our recent budget committee hearings, we sort of talked a little bit about a variety of things happening in the community, and one of them is the air show that's coming up. And it's my understanding, and I'm a little concerned, that we're not yet certain on who is paying all of the costs, increased public safety, impact. So I don't see in this budget any sort of air show impact fee, and I'm just wondering what your perspective is on where we stand.
So for the air show, the airport is really just a tenant, landlord, I'm sorry. The air show is the tenant. The committee is operating the air show. They're the ones that's going to incur all costs and pay those costs. We're just providing the space and normal airport activity support for that air show. Other costs associated with it, that's for the air show committee. That's not an airport related cost. So
do you sit on that committee?
My assistant director, Shane Ketterling, sits on the committee and serves on the committee.
Okay, so between you and Shane, are you concerned that the taxpayers are going to bear some costs of this, that it won't get allocated to the private sector sponsors?
That, Shane, maybe you can address that and.
Because we should be budgeting for that.
That's an activity, it's an activity that's being done on the airport, just like any other landlord-tenant relationship. So, Shane, do you have any?
Mayor, Councilmember Owen, the air show is an independent organization, nonprofit. They are generating the revenue to cover all of the expenses of the air show.
Okay, I won't belabor that much longer. And then my last question is just a request, because this might be a little technical. You're new, and as a new director entitled to a certain amount of prerogative in setting your priorities and goals. I notice that in this budget, the capital plans that are planned here don't align with our capital improvement plan. That doesn't concern me because it's a planning document. I would just like, maybe, can you give us an update how you would revise the airport project list in the CIP, just so that we can get a sense of where you might be shifting and prioritizing and reorganizing?
So my background is as a planner, and so I rely on the airport master plan to do that.
Okay.
And that's what the infrastructure plan in the airport master plan, when it's complete, that's the CIP, the first 5 years of the CIP. And so I'm relying on that effort to generate the 5-year CIP. And so it'll be based on forecasts, it'll be based on community involvement, it'll be based on the operations of the airport and the stakeholders at the airport.
I'm with you. I'm just saying that what's here for fiscal year '24, is it what's in the CIP? And if you could just show me the realignment.
I don't have those specifically.
By writing is fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll follow up with you certainly on that.
Okay, Councilor Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, thanks, and welcome to Billings. I've heard a lot of good things now since you've been here, but I'm always looking at the numbers to see, you know, where we're increasing. And yes, passengers are increasing, which is great, but I'd like to see, you know, where we are compared to some of the other cities, because we lost first place years ago, second, now I think we're at fourth, and hopefully we don't go to fifth. And so one of the things that I have understood is the commercial side of things was always good, but yet I hear you say it's down. And in fact, it's been down a couple of years in a row now, and that's concerning. So I know you're working on trying to get some passenger increases, but can you, and I'll ask you a question about that a little bit later, but can you tell us how and what you're doing about increasing, trying to stimulate the commercial side of the
cargo side?
Cargo side, thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So we have two primary cargo carriers, UPS and FedEx, and they provide the cargo service for most of central and eastern Montana through Billings. They bring that cargo in on the aircraft that they provide here. We provide them space for their activity in the form of 4 aircraft hard stands where they park their aircraft, and then operating area that we lease to them or have some type of an agreement for that operating area for those carriers. One of the projects that we're going to be looking at in the future is developing an additional cargo pad. So that's the infrastructure. That pad will primarily be used to allow us to move one of the current cargo operations to the new pad and then rebuild the existing pad, because the 4 pads that are there are 20 years old and are showing wear. And so we need to increase the future lifespan of those by going in and redeveloping those cargo pads. But in the future, after that effort's done, we'll have 5 cargo pads, so we'll have additional capacity. But also, we continue to talk with the cargo carriers, just like we do with the commercial service airlines, about passenger service, and in trying to encourage them and show them the benefits of coming here. We don't have as formal a process for cargo development as we do for air service development for passengers, but we have cargo conferences, air cargo conferences, and other opportunities to talk with the carriers about the benefit of increasing their activity here. Most of the downturn is being seen across the country that's currently occurring here in Billings. And again, it's due to resource availability, aircraft and flight crew primarily for those cargo carriers, and their ability to provide this level of service that the public demands.
Mayor, quick follow-up on that.
Okay.
So if you've seen our numbers go down, I'm assuming then you're seeing, Bozeman and Calistoga.
So
I'm sorry, if you've seen those numbers go down, are you also seeing the other numbers around the city going down? In other words, we're not losing market share to these other cities like we have our passenger.
I'm not aware of any market share, although I have not talked specifically to those airport managers about their cargo operations. But it is a national downturn in air cargo, so it's happening across the country.
Okay, and Mayor, another question I had regarding when you talked about bringing different nonstops in, I think you mentioned something about a preferred market how is that preferred market determined? Is that something that is brought to the city council and discussed, or is that a study that's done?
So we have a air service committee that's, the airport works with Big Sky Economic Development and the Chamber of Commerce. And we have an air service committee. And we met with the committee and discussed the top markets that are not served by direct flights. And currently those are the Los Angeles and San Francisco markets, where we see passengers leaving Billings and going there as the end of their domestic flights, or starting their domestic flight at those locations and coming here. So those are the top unserved markets that we currently have. And that air service committee, we worked with them to prioritize those markets as the ones that we would use for the SCASD grant. Now, we're working other markets through our other air service development, but the SCASD grant specifically looks at those kinds of numbers in order to select where they're going to put the grants.
Okay, just to clarify, so it's this study that is selecting the markets, not this committee that is selecting the markets?
So the committee uses the information that's available that we collect for passenger travel. That's part of what Mead and Hunt does for us, is our air service effort, is they collect data on where the passengers are going and coming from. So those identify our top markets and those that are unserved with direct flights.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind sending some of that information to me, maybe some of the other council members may be interested. I'd like to understand that process a little bit more, so we can see, if we're going to be spending some of this money or grant money on that. I'd like to kind of know the process of how we're spending that money.
And Jeff, I'll just follow up on that. How close are we to raising the $700,000 match?
We have the commitment. We've already
have it. Okay. And of that 700, how much are public dollars?
All 750,000 of that's public dollars. We have, the airport is putting $5 million in marketing, direct local marketing, and, I'm sorry, 5,000 in direct marketing. Yeah, I wanted to drop that a little bit. 5,000 in direct marketing. And then we also are offering a landing fee abatement for that flight if we're successful in getting that flight, which is a pretty typical non-revenue incentive for a flight.
Okay, so the landing fee abatement qualifies, okay. Yes. And then just another question, how close are we to getting to those pre-COVID employment numbers? Your projection was about 414,000 for 23. You don't have to have the exact numbers, but you said we're close, but how close?
So it was 474,000 in 2019, and we're projecting 414 this year, so we're increasing. Now, when you look at our placement across Montana, which was mentioned, the other commercial service airports that are in the second, third position are very close to where we're at. And so, depending on how they do this year, we may move back up again. So we're very close in numbers. The Bozeman's significantly ahead of us, but those other airports are very close to where we are with employments.
Okay, thank you. Just Councilmember Shaw, we'll try to get to Matt real soon. So Councilmember Shaw?
This hopefully is quick, and I just want to clarify, I don't know anything about this program, but somebody recently brought up to me that the global entry program that Billings sometimes has a fare to get certified, but everyone else has to drive quite far.
So
yeah, I can't remember exactly where it is. Anyway, I wanted to ask you that question of how do we become certified here so that people are coming to Billings to get that certification?
So Customs and Border Protection offers global entry, which is an alternative for U.S. travelers that are returning from international markets to use a facilitated process to get through re-entry into the U.S. That program also qualifies you for TSA PreCheck as well, once you go through that process. They offer global entry interviews after the application process wherever there are Customs and Border stations located. We currently do not have a Customs and Border station. We lost that right after 9/11, when Customs and Border reshuffled where they were at their stations. And so we get an opportunity to have a Customs and Border agent come to Billings. They work at the airport in an office conference room that we provide, and they conduct those here periodically. So they just completed one recently here where they brought an agent down from Great Falls. It was Great Falls, right? Yeah, Great Falls. And that agent then conducted those interviews here. So if you're at a place that has a custom station like Great Falls, then you can go in and do those on a regular basis. But here in Billings, we don't have a Customs and Border office, so they come and do that periodically here.
Thanks.
And we facilitate that.
Okay, Councilmember Purington, and then we'll go to Rusty for our transit presentation.
Chris wants to say something.
Oh, thank you. Chris?
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to clarify. So, Mayor, your question regarding the grant. So, as I understand, the grant itself is public dollars through the FAA.
Yes.
So not local tax dollars, but our federal,
Right, I was
dollars that
only
are
referring to
collected.
the match
The
component.
matching component, though, is not public dollars, right? The matching is all private commitments, private dollars, private commitments.
Well,
in
that's
our
what I
community.
expected the answer to be, but that's not what the answer was.
So that's why I
So I'm
wanted to-
sorry, I must have misinterpreted. So the grant, it's a US DOT grant. The grant itself will be $1 million. The local match that has been raised is $750,000. That is local private match. And then on top of that, we have the landing fee abatement and the marketing from the airport.
But the private match component is committed.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Full
okay.
700
So it's just like the American program. I mean, it's the same, what we did with American.
It is committed. They don't have to have the money in the bank until we're successful in getting the grant, but it is committed.
Great. That's what I thought. Those are private dollars, which is just great. Thank you to local businesses who've ponied up those dollars just as they did with the American grant.
Yes.
Helps all of us. Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. All right. Let's give Rusty an opportunity on. Oh, you did have a question. I'm sorry. Councilor Purington.
So I don't know if this is for Andy or for you, Jeff, and thank you for your congratulations on your first presentation.
Certainly. Thank you.
But, okay, I'm going back to the positions, because right here it has, where it's straight across 56.2, I'm on page 55. So it's 56.2. We lost one, gained one, with maintenance worker and a planning manager. But on your air police staffing, it's the same. So I don't know what that is, and I don't know how that equates money-wise. And then I'm going to go back to page 54, is all those numbers that you had up there on the screen, I didn't see any of them up here except some of the revenues. And I know that, and maybe, Andy, every year I have to ask you to help me read this book. So whether or not it's, these expenses and revenues are divided up into capital versus, I don't know, but I just don't see any of those figures. I think I got the 20 million was in here. The 26, I'm not so sure about, maybe that was the one I saw. But I didn't see the 5.7 in reserves. So anyway, I'm just saying that a lot of times what you have up there doesn't match what's in here.
So
Andy,
this,
did you, or Jeff, you want to comment on either of those two-page?
well, I would just say that this is just an overview of the overall budget. I think there's
Right.
much more detail in
Right.
what's presented in your book.
And that's what I figured. But I'm just not seeing some of those in numbers.
All right, Councilmember Purington. So the staffing question, yeah, I see that there with airport police. I don't know. Yeah, I'm guessing that should be 9. I know that we are budgeting for that in the dollars. The staffing sheet's probably not correct. With respect to the use of the $5 million in cash, if you look at on page 54 of your budget book, has total revenue at 20.7 million on the far right column in bold. And then underneath that, probably about 10 lines down, is total expenses of 26.5. So the difference there is that $5 million in cash.
Okay.
Does that match?
Well, I mean, what you said matches what I have here.
I believe that's what his slide was, but I wasn't looking at it at the same time.
I think
Respectfully.
I believe we just included the breakdown of the difference between the two and explained where that's coming from, that 5.7 is coming from.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Councilor Roops.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, you're new, so I don't expect you to have a complete perspective on this yet. But certainly as you kind of get into this, your ideas, your thoughts on the pros and cons of being a city-owned and managed facility versus an independent facility, especially having gone through this line of questioning here. What is it, and you know, maybe by this time next year, you've got some more fully formed thoughts, but would we be doing better for the citizens of Billings to have our airport managed outside of the city as opposed to a city department?
So governance of airports typically are through either some type of an authority, like an airport authority or a port authority, or through a government entity, like a city, county, or state entity. Both have their benefits and detractions. I have my personal opinion about which one is more effective as an airport grows in size. Typically for a small airport, government ownership, that type of governance is beneficial because you don't have the resources at the airport to fully operate an airport the way it needs to operate safely and efficiently based on operations of scale. When an airport becomes larger and becomes more self-sufficient, I believe that an airport authority offers you much greater flexibility in what you can do to encourage air carriers to come, to work with other entities outside of the local government to be more effective. So that's why you see most mid and large hub airports are authorities. Smaller airports from small hub on down are typically owned by a government. So as Billings International becomes larger, we're currently a small hub airport. As it becomes larger, you certainly should be having that discussion. If you look at the other airports in Montana, the commercial service airports, all of the other commercial service Part 139 airports are airport authorities.
Very good, thank you. Rusty, we'll turn it over to you. We'll do public comment as a package on these two, just to get these done. We want to make sure we are wrapped up before our typical 7:30 break if we can, so anybody who has comment can leave before we break.
Try not to keep you too long. Mayor and council, good evening. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present. Just jumping right in, some transit achievements for this current year. We did complete construction on that driver training lot, supporting training in new hires, especially in the area of compliance with licensing requirements, that entry-level driver training, which actually the state legislature passed a bill supporting that this year as well, bringing the state of Montana into compliance with that as well. We're awarded that $4 million competitive grant for the 4 electric buses, as well as the chargers and related infrastructure, plus a bus training simulator. Those chargers are actually on site right now, so we're working on the install plans for those, and actually our training simulator should be showing up here at the end of the month. Pretty big lift. We completed our transit development plan in December 2022, which we were here, I believe, in November, presenting to you as a body. The plan for that is to implement that improved system this coming summer. We continue to develop and grow that bus and bench advertising program and community outreach, and we successfully implemented road supervisor positions to provide on-street support, oversight, and safety assurance for our operators. So some of the challenges that we continue to face year after year is meeting the ever-expanding federal regulations. There's now an even more increased focus on operator safety and cybersecurity coming up. Those go pretty hand in hand with the Public Transit Agency Safety Plan requirements that I've talked to you about multiple times here in the past. Another challenge is also always that limited funding to meet the demands of the growing community. And then recruitment does continue to be difficult, not just for our department, but many employers across the city. Our existing training setup is definitely helping because we are recruiting more individuals that do not have that CDL requirement, but helping to get them behind the wheel with allowing that training space has definitely been a good benefit to us. At this time, fortunately, we are actually, I'll say this loosely, we're fully staffed for our existing system. We still have those 5 vacancies for the rollout of the new system, but we're optimistic that we can get those filled here within the next few months. And then finally, the continued transition to green technology, while those solutions continue to mature. With those 4 electrics coming in here, we'll have the opportunity to better understand how to utilize that technology. We'll still rely on that diesel fleet as well. So that's definitely a benefit as well as a challenge. As far as ridership goes, here in the green, unfortunately I don't have the updated number there for March, but the projections here are based on the current system growth rates that we're seeing, so it's pretty consistent, about 8.8% across the years there. But this doesn't take into consideration the rollout of the new system here this summer. That's kind of trying to look into a crystal ball because you generally do see some turmoil in your ridership when you first roll out that service, but then you see some recoveries there about halfway through the year generally is how that works. So best estimates based on what we're seeing right now. As far as our FY23, where we expect to end up the year here, we were projecting about 9.1 million in revenues, but ending probably closer to about 8.8. If you look at that federal and state revenue, that does include some of the budgeted COVID funds as well, so you'll see that decrease in the future years. As far as expenditures, however, we are coming in a bit lower than we'd originally budgeted. 6.1 is where we're sitting, shooting for about 5.9 here now at the end of the year. Looking forward to next year, you'll see the revenues did decrease, especially focusing on that federal and state, just because we don't have those COVID funds that we're budgeting in anymore. Fares are sitting pretty similar to the same. We are expecting a bit of an increase on that transit tax levy just based on property values. And then fuel expenditures are staying actually pretty even just because we saw such a significant level of increase on those prices here at the beginning of the year that then began to taper off. So I can click forward. There we go. So just showing here, as far as year over year, some changes there. You do see a significant difference there at the bottom, 5.9 versus 6.8. That much of that is wrapped up around the fact that we're trying to roll out that system here this summer, which is accounting for about 200,000 more revenue miles annually, and that is accounting for those 5 other operators that we're in the process of trying to get hired to support that. So as far as our COVID funds go, we do plan to have those all expended here in the current operating year. This is actually a bit of a benefit to us because that 5307 annual operating grant that we received, we do expect to carry over about 377,000 into FY24 from this year. So that's what's padding out a bit of those revenues that you saw on those past slides. So once again here, just operating revenues over operating expenditures, because we are carrying over that additional 377,000, we've got about a $324,000 surplus on the operational side. This does actually also include the fact that we've got about a 50% decrease on that entitlement share, which Andy can correct me if I'm wrong, was about 250,000. So that does help to offset that as well. But looking forward into our planned capital expenditures, and I'll give you a list here after this slide, we are going to have about 570,000 in expenditures coming out of those reserves, so that overage does help offset some of those capital expenditures that we're looking at. As far as those capital expenditures go, we are carrying forward the FY23 grant that we'd received from the Federal Transit Administration for some remodel projects at the Metroplex, which includes that office area and operational reimagining, more or less, some much-needed skylight and roof repairs, as well as upgrades for the facility to support those electric infrastructure, the buses primarily on that. We do have a couple other things. We've got 4 paratransit vans that are needing replaced as well. Those will actually be funded out at a bit of a smaller vehicle that we're exploring utilizing here in town for better maneuverability. Typically, our 16-passenger vans are only carrying 4 people at a time unless we're picking up from common locations like group homes and so forth. So we're trying to get a little bit more versatility within that fleet to improve the efficiency of our operations. So just one thing I did want to touch on, because Mr. Zeller gave you a bit of an overview at the last work session regarding budgeted mills versus anticipated mills. So what we're looking at right now is about 8.74 mills are going to be required to cover what we had requested in the budget. The 10 full mill authorization results in about a $320,000 to $326,000 difference there. So aside from offsetting some of those capital expenditures that I've shown you before, because I think that was a difference of about $247,000 between the surplus on the 5307 and what would be taken out of reserves to cover those. I also just wanted to go over a few other opportunities that would present to us if we had that full 10 mill authorization. So just to give you some perspective, and this is roughly between 30 and 60 minutes of service can potentially be covered in that $300,000 range. That's estimate really based on one additional hour of service, but it really depends on where that focus would be within the rollout of our current system. With the transit development plan, the original plan was to push that service out closer to 8 p.m. Looking at this, we would have that potential to hit closer to the 8:30 mark to provide a little bit more coverage into the evening, which especially as we've assessed internally would probably be more beneficial to focusing on like the medical community and so forth that are often working 7 to 7 shifts. Second alternative to that would be just the additional 30-minute frequency on one of those routes that we've identified. And really that just breaks down about 300,000. You're looking at about 68,000 additional revenue miles or three transit operators to support, I'm sorry. So just outlining a couple different opportunities as far as that goes. So that wraps up the transit side. I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you, Rusty. I'll just ask the obvious question on Councilmember Boyette, which is, are you making a recommendation on your last slide about either increasing hours of operation or adding an additional 30?
We would recommend the hours of operation increase to make sure that we're providing a more comprehensive service across the community. Really, that's one of the primary needs that keeps arising is with that reconstruction with Intermountain Healthcare building a new hospital downtown. There's going to be a significant decrease in parking, and trying to capture the ridership from the hospitals that are working those 12-hour shifts that are generally 7 to 7:30. It's definitely a big opportunity for us to capture additional ridership.
Okay, and that'd be across the system, all routes, or only in that area? No.
It would be identified routes, because it wouldn't be just carte blanche across the entire system. It would be our backbone supports within that system. So the routes that are already probably half-hour service, we'd expand that on. So it would be circulator in the downtown area, plus then those half-hour connecting that go out to the rest of the community.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. You're going to have electric buses.
Mm-hmm.
What do you really think that's going to work? Do we have to maintain them or watch the program for a certain period of time to figure out if they work or don't work? I mean, just because we got them doesn't mean that they're going to work in wintertime in Billings and the limit. I'm just get some talk about it, I guess.
So we have requested specifications on the buses to support that. We are speccing these buses with an additional battery pack, number one. So they're coming with about 700 kilowatt hours on board, whereas the ones that Missoula runs has about 500 kilowatt hours on board. So from the testing that we've seen from the manufacturer, we should be pushing around 200 to 230 miles per day on those vehicles. So that's in obviously ideal conditions. So they will be able to perform more or less on one of our routes. Our routes right now vary from anywhere from about 160 miles a day all the way up to about 230. So they should be usable. What we keep looking at is that the IIJA specifically had a significant, a monumental amount of money in it for electric vehicles, and this is the way that the transit industry has been moving, not just for the last 2 years, but honestly for the last decade. So it's coming at us whether we like it or not. So we wanted to take advantage of the opportunity with the new diesels that we have to continue to say we can rely on these vehicles while we figure out what is the best usage situation for these electric vehicles. So we're not jumping in with both feet like some other transit agencies are, because we really do want to understand where we're going to be at with these vehicles and what the capacity of the system is going to be, should we be at all electric. So it really is a lot of a discovery phase that's going to be going on, if that answers your question. Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Owen?
Rusty, are you filling 5 vacancies or adding 5 FTE?
Yeah, and sorry, that's confusing on our sheet, yeah. So, with the transit development plan, we'd said it's gonna cost XYZ here. It takes these 5 operators to do so. So we've requested to fill those right now because we want that rolled out in July is what we're shooting for, end of July. So our staffing sheet does look a little goofy because it does have the 5 really on FY '24. Once they're filled, they really are there with the FY '24 because service doesn't actually start till after July. It's all like together at the same time.
Vacancy or new FTE?
It would be a vacancy is what,
So you have 5 current vacancies?
yes, so we have 5 right now.
That you intend to fill?
That we intend to fill, yes.
Okay, so 34 drivers, period.
No, 46. That's where it's a little confusing on that sheet is what I'm looking at. So,
I'm looking at 34 transit or paratransit operators in the budget.
and they had the additional, there should be 7 in the row that you're looking at for on-call operators?
There are 6.3.
Or 6.3, okay. So with those, that's 40.3, right? Am I doing the math
Where are
right
the
second here?
vacancies?
So that was with the transit development plan?
No, where in these positions, which are vacant? The transit operators or the on-call?
Everything was, sorry, so to make it simpler, we just put everything into transit operator?
Okay.
Okay, so 40.3, 41, and then the 5 with that is the 46 that you see under the FY '24 line? Is that not showing on there?
The reason I'm asking, Rusty, is because the transit operator and the on-call numbers are unchanged from fiscal year '21. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if we're talking new FTE or if we're talking vacant FTEs that need to be filled. And I'm looking, Andy, at page 61. Because in the budget message from the city administrator, there are 15 new FTEs proposed and 5 transit workers are not among them.
Clarify that. So I just noticed that on the airport one, the sheets did not get updated on those. So the airport police is correct in my sheet, but I'll send out
I think in
amended
what we
ones,
looked at in the budget committee.
as is the 46, yes. The dollar, I'll go back to the dollar amounts in the budget for personal services are correct. Those staffing sheets in both airport and transit are not correct. And
So we're adding 20 FTE overall in the budget?
No, these 5 were part of the transit development plan,
Part
correct?
of the plan that was presented in November, October, whenever that was, we were here, with the outline says to execute, we need these 5 additional FTEs to come in.
Mayor, I don't mean to
So-
belabor this point, but I just want to be real clear. In the
Okay.
city administrator's message, up front, there are 15 FTE listed. There are no transit workers in that list. So is that incorrect? Are there 20 FTE in this budget? Or have we already added these positions in somewhere in 23 or 22?
That's what,
that
yeah,
didn't-
sorry, okay, that clarifies. Yes, they're in this year, in FY '23.
So
is what it is.
FY '23 should not be 34.
No, it should not be 34. That's where the confusion is. Okay, thank you. Sorry. It was
Because
just-
a $500,000 budget increase in personal services doesn't seem to do a COLA step increases and 5 new people.
Yeah,
That math doesn't work out.
so it's, yeah, sorry. So it's FY '23 is where those ones are at.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where the confusion is. I apologize for that. Because I was looking at a different sheet, obviously, than you guys
So
were.
we'll see an
So-
update,
Yes, yes. we will.
insert somewhere so that we can have accurate information before we vote on it?
Yes, we can. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you for clarifying that. Other questions for Rusty before we open up for public comment on either air service or transit? Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. That was kind of my question as well.
Okay.
So I'm glad we got it clarified. And I will just say that on page 60, what you showed up there is pretty much what I have here. And I don't know if it's because of the different funds that are, involved in those revenues and expenses. I don't know if that makes a difference and where all that money's coming from. But your numbers kind of jived with what I've got. I just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do really think that from feedback I've had from constituents who are regular bus riders, I think that additional 30 minutes is really important. And partly because if you get off of work and you have to stop at the grocery store, you can't do it when the bus is not available past that 5:45 or whatever. So I think that additional time at the end of the day is really helpful for people who are riding. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to see that you're looking at smaller buses to make sure we're not overutilizing the buses. So I've seen more smaller buses around town. So is that starting to be felt in the impact on the budget as far as operational costs, lower fuel costs, things like that?
Yeah, so as far as especially these ones that you see on the screen, the ENCs, Eldorado National buses, get about twice the fuel mileage of our previous buses, the 35-foot Gilligs that we had. So we are seeing a significant saving on the fuel side. There is obviously a saving on the maintenance side too, because they're relatively new vehicles. We're not replacing nearly as many parts, but yeah, putting the smaller power plants into these vehicles plus getting a lighter vehicles definitely helps see some efficiencies on that side. And that's the same thing we're hoping to see once we get these smaller, they're like Ford Transit styles. I guess the best way to describe it is like a conversion van size. Those are still probably out till the end of the year before we start seeing those ones in operation. But we're hoping that, we'll definitely see some increased efficiencies there.
Okay, Mayor, another question. I know your goal is to kind of get more green, and so and I've asked this before, and I'm going to ask it again probably in the future. Is you're running diesel, you've got some electric, but what kind of propane or other natural gas, some type of gas type system, not liquid gas, but
as far as propane goes, we don't really have too many opportunities, especially in this size of vehicle. There is just across the industry a huge push. I know school buses do honestly offer a little bit more opportunities than what we see in the transit industry as far as power plants and propulsion goes. The main ones that are really being focused on right now, aside from electric, hydrogen is a big one. We're actually pretty eager to see where hydrogen goes because we feel like that's probably a much more workable concept, especially with, as Councilmember Boyette was saying, with the weather that we run into and so forth, having the opportunity to refuel the vehicle versus having to go plug it in and let it charge for 4 hours is going to be much more beneficial to us. So we had done a CNG study. This was some time ago when solid waste was going through their conversion and this was, I apologize, it was probably about 2015, I believe, so it's a little outdated at this point, where it wasn't nearly as optimal to move over just because of the required fueling infrastructure that we would need at the time. There has been advancements in technology. I definitely understand that. As far as the fast fueling goes, I believe it was a slow fueling that was assessed at that time. So we definitely have our ear to the ground on that. It was with the electrics, we were taking advantage of the opportunity that was presented to us by the IIJA, really was the focus. And as far as our heavy duties go, now at this point, we won't be looking for heavy duties probably for about 10 years is where these usable life will be on these. So at that point, I'm sure it will have developed a lot more as well.
yeah, hopefully we'll see something like that in the future. Yeah. Mayor, I have one more question, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So I noticed the personnel and personnel costs on your slide went up 22%. Is that, and this is where I'm a little confused with some of the conversation. You're adding 5 more personnel, but you're saying the numbers are correct, and so, but I guess I'm wondering, you didn't have those before, so the 22% is, some of that's going to be your standard increase, COLA and steps, but then the largest increase is going to be the extra 5 people? Okay.
Yeah, because so it happened in FY23, so it's a change from where we budgeted, which is what I shown you before, is where the budget was on FY23 to the FY24. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just looking at, your number difference was 22% higher for personnel and operating costs, personnel costs. So that's what I want to know. That's mostly going to be the reason it's so high is going to be the additional 5 people you're going to bring on.
Yes, the 5, because we do factor in the COLA with those. We get the adjustment rates from finance based on what the projected COLA increases are. So we do factor those in, as well as the FTE starting at a specific step and so forth, moving forward with that anticipated increase. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to go to public comment real soon. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. So are you going to, you want us to authorize the full 10 mil levies versus the 8.74 mils?
What we're saying is that if you were to do that, we would recommend that we then assess for additional time on the street. I would recommend yes, because I'd love to see expanded service across the city. But what we wanted to do was just to display the opportunity to council this evening for the potential, should that come to pass, because our recommendation would be that additional later service pushed into the evening.
And just to follow up, Mayor, do
ahead.
you have the personnel to handle that?
The personnel, and that's where we keep running into the wall, really, is that the recruitment is the big piece of what our struggle is at this time. So the personnel with the five that we have there, yes, because the way that the schedule is structured, we do have a little bit of fill time. Not every one of our employees ends up being a 40-hour FTE, but we have to budget for such because it's an FTE there. Because based on the blocks of work, some of our blocks of work actually get closer. Sorry, I'm using transit lingo. Some of our weekly schedules end up being closer to, say, 37 or 36 hours a week. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you, Rusty, appreciate it much. We'll give an opportunity. I see we've got the chairman of our Aviation and Transit Committee with us. Maybe there's some other people who want to comment on the aviation component or Met Transit. If you do, please come to the microphone. Just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on those elements? If not, we'll take a break. So not seeing any, we'll take a break. Thank you very much. We'll come back with the presentation from Public Works Department. It's about 7:30. We'll come back as close to 7:35 as we can. That's about 6 minutes.
that make sense?
And actually, okay, we're back. Welcome back. It's 7:36. Hope you enjoyed your break. Had a nice little vacation there. Council, just a brief announcement. I handed out during the break a presentation on Lockwood Schools from Conrad Strobe, who previously served on our SD2 Board of Trustees, I believe, and also his wife, Teresa. Small school advocate and walkable neighborhood advocate and Lockwood booster. I also have some additional materials that he just wanted to distribute to the council, so I'll send those around during the meeting. We won't have any conversation about them this evening. I just wanted to get those out to you at his request. So with that, we're back on the third bullet under item 1, Public Works budget presentations. So I think that's going to be probably a combination of our Public Works Director, Debbie Melling, and maybe our Deputy Director, Jennifer DeRay, in some combination, with support by our Finance Director, as always.
And
Debbie.
support by the entire Public Works leadership team. So I'll introduce them all in a minute. So thank you, Mayor and Council. Here we are. You've seen this presentation. A lot of you have seen it several times. So next year we might change it up just to get crazy. But first, I wanted to invite you all to Public Works Week. May 22nd through 26th is Public Works Week, and last year a lot of you came to the water plant. This year we're going to be at the wastewater plant and the landfill, so we picked 2 of our more glamorous facilities, but we'd love to have everybody come out. We have engineering, solid waste, water, wastewater, everybody out. There's going to be some great educational opportunities. So anyway, that's on our Facebook page, and you should come and celebrate with us. Okay, so the Public Works team, you've met Jennifer and I probably more than enough, but the rest of the team is here tonight too. I'm just going to introduce you so that you all are aware of who's here. Derek Miller's with our street traffic, Scott Emmerich, distribution collection, Boris Krizak, environmental, Kyle Foreman, you've met him a lot, solid waste, and Matt Fogelson, city engineer. Lewis Ingalls couldn't be with us tonight, but he's virtually with us. So if we have anything, we can catch him. So they're here for any questions, any hard questions. I'll take the easy ones. Again, we talk about this every year, but I think the almost $7 billion in assets is such an important number to remember. We talk about big numbers here, but and it seems like there should be extra money for things and that kind of conversation, but it is a lot to manage and maintain this number of facilities and assets. So we recognize these are big numbers, but it truly, to be responsible in how we take care of these assets, it's necessary. So our core services, you met all the division managers and you've seen this before. So any of the infrastructure that you kind of hope you don't hear about, that's what we do. And then we go into what our funding sources are and some of the things that we've accomplished over the last year. So these are with FY23 dollars. I think this is a great one, the review, permit, and inspect 1,500 sites and master plans. That was a huge number this year. So that's the kind of development we're seeing. And sometimes you're not, we don't really see that. But when you start counting up the number of permits we see, it's a big number. The other thing that I would point out here is that our engineering staff has done about $9 million worth of work in-house, which saves us about $1.2 million. So it's great use of staff. It's a partnership too with our consultants because we can do some of the projects that they'll lose money on or they're really not tailor-made for them. But it keeps our staff in the design business and kind of keeps us cutting edge. So that's a really important number. And then the change order history, less than 0.5%. Anybody in the industry knows that we typically budget about 10%, and to come in at 0.5% year after year is just a great testament to the engineering staff that we have on board. And that did not work. Jennifer's gonna change it. There it went. Okay, so street maintenance, again, some of the numbers, you guys got this earlier, so you probably looked at all those numbers. So I won't go through all of them. But one of the things I want to point out, we are going to spend a lot more time on landscaping this year than we did last year. But even with the amount of staff that we have dedicated to our landscaping, you can see here that we have 550 zones, so irrigation zones. It's just a huge, huge number of landscaped areas we have, and sprinklers and all that kind of thing. So when we see there's a sprinkler head or two that's spraying, that's entirely possible. But we do have a pretty great staff this year. We transitioned our seasonals into full-time, so we've got a solid staff. They're already starting, getting ahead of all that work. Traffic management, again, sometimes it's hard to imagine, but we have 32,000 signs. So we try to keep those signs bright and reflective and all that, and upright. A lot of times they get hit and we don't get told. So 32,000 signs that we're constantly trying to watch and make sure that they're all in good shape. In stormwater, 300 miles of pipe, we talk about this. It's less than we have water and sewer. We're about 500 of both of those, but the diameter of our stormwater lines is so much larger. It's 48 inch, 60 inch, harder to clean, harder to maintain, very expensive. So that 300 miles takes a lot of time to maintain those. Oh, the other one I would point out, and it happens, well, I already clicked, but we have about 10,000 inlets. So when we have a rain and there's leaves that are falling off everywhere, there's no way we will get to 10,000 inlets. So we always do the public service announcement, please clean off your inlet. You'll save you and your neighbors some potential flooding. So 10,000 inlets, it's just impossible for us to get to during every event. The solid waste management, we're going to talk quite a bit about solid waste tonight, but just note that we were over 334,000 tons of waste this year at the landfill. And we processed over 1 billion tons of CNG. So that number, of course, we're a revenue share on that. So we're seeing real dollars come into the city for those that CNG that we're producing from our methane. Safe drinking water, 8.4 billion gallons, and again, over 500 miles. And so, again, if you don't hear about it, this is all just working the way it should if you're not hearing about it. And wastewater management, 7 billion. So if you do those numbers, about 1.4 million doesn't make it back to the plant, but almost, you know, a great majority of the water that we produce makes it back to our wastewater plant. So we'll talk a little bit about the construction that we did this last year and coming up. I always like this map. You guys have seen it a lot, and every year we move it, but it really shows our city, and it shows how we try to hit every part of our city. One, because we don't want to pick on one group and just be doing construction after construction in that one area, but also, you know, the funds really need to be spent across the entire community. So this is a picture we do every year, and I think it's pretty interesting. This one is looking at our entire capital program for the next 5 years, and you can see again how we spend those dollars as much as we can outside, you know, continuing to hit all the different locations of our city. I'm going to talk about just a few projects, highlight some of these. That Alkali Creek Water and Sewer Extension, that one is the one that kind of came up. They were building a Timbers development. We wanted to get ahead of it because of Interbelt Loop. But this is what we were talking about last week with the extension dollars. We didn't have extension dollars, and we spent $4.4 million on that water and sewer line. So being able to present water rates this year with those extension dollars included is really important. But I just want to point out that that did get done. And then I saw an email come through, I think last week, about how much maintenance is less expensive than replacement and why it's important to hit those. We see a 5 to 1 on that. So if we let our streets go too far, it costs us $5 for every dollar to replace those. So we're very similar to that other, I think it was facilities we talked about this week. So some of the other project highlights that are coming up, everything going on at the landfill with the gas, we need to get in compliance. So you've seen a lot of bid awards on that. That's coming up. The West End water system there at $153 million. I'm going to give you a little update here in a minute on where that is, but we will be turning dirt this late summer-ish. I look at Mac just to make sure I've got the commitment. But we are very close to actually turning dirt out there, so that's an exciting project. And Skyway Drive, everybody's pretty familiar with that one, but there is construction ongoing out there. Maloney is another one that a lot of people are seeing. And then Grand and 32nd intersection, that is a kind of get-ahead project. That intersection really has problems right now. So we're teaming with the county to do a project there, but the whole Grand Avenue will be looked at potentially here in the next couple of years. Some other project highlights of the budget you will see tonight. Again, we had two goals this last year that are met in this group, the hydrogen sulfide mitigation and the, where is it? I think it's on the last one actually, the fog. That was one of our goals last year, to mitigate those two things. And we are able to say that we got those both done here by the end of the summer, so that's important. Downtown street improvements, we talked a lot about that. That is in this budget that you're seeing. And then we always have our annual projects. We spent a lot of time on this with you all during the CIP discussion, and so I won't go into these, but you can see we have the safe routes to school on here, we have traffic calming on here, and then we upped our missing sidewalk, kind of how we're gonna go about those. So, I didn't think I had this way. So just a quick update on the West End water system. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. We are gonna use the BBWA. That agreement is in place. I did not know I had animations here. The West End Reservoir. So Dick Anderson is our contractor on that. We just got a cost estimate from them. The first draft cost estimate that we got, we believe we're going to be able to bring that in and be able to get a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price, to the council later this summer on that project. And then the water plant, we hope to have a contract in front of you in June to be able to move forward on the water plant. So we're negotiating the last bits of that guaranteed maximum price with Garney Construction, and should be able to get that to you in June. Once that gets approved, we'll actually start building, ordering equipment and building. So this is just a quick update on where everything is, but the important one there is completion of June of 2025. We are still online for that, so I'm going to try really hard not to move that date. So I really want to make sure everybody looks at this. This is our commitment, and it's really important that you look at this picture for a long time, because that is the commitment of the staff that we have working. But it probably, you know what, it's an all-inclusive experience out there, so we'll take care of that. So
Promises that was not the wastewater plant, or is
that is the wastewater
that is
plant.
the wastewater plant? Okay.
That is the wastewater plant. So Public Works, as you all know, our vision is excellence, innovation, and integrity. And we try to live that out. A few things that we did this year that we believe does reflect that. In excellence, we received an award with our IT department on our GIS project that we've been doing the last couple of years. That's a national SAG award. That's a big deal in GIS circles, apparently. So we didn't realize how cutting edge we were, but what we're doing here is really, truly something that other communities are striving to do. So it's pretty exciting that we're on the forefront of that. Trying to give it a minute. Innovation, you've all seen this one. This is the project out at the wastewater plant. We took an existing plant and we modified it. Instead of starting over or having to build new facilities, we rebuilt everything we had, and we ended up getting a Engineering Excellence Grand Award from the ACEC, which we'll be accepting in Washington, D.C. in June. We won't. We will virtually be accepting it. So that's a pretty big deal to get a national award of that nature for that type of project. This is an integrity one, which I wanted to point out. We have a problem with fats, oils, and greases in our system, both at our wastewater plant and in our pipes. We were given several ideas for solutions in the millions of dollars. I mean, $4 or $5 million that we could have implemented. Staff was adamant that we could do better. So we continued to research and we continued to come up with our own idea, and we saved several $1 million. We implemented a new program and we're able to basically enforce that FOG program now throughout the city. So this is huge. It just shows the commitment of the staff and what they've been doing. So looking to the future, I just want to talk about some challenges before Jennifer gets into the dollars as to how to meet these challenges. But we see the same thing this year that we saw last year, material availability. Many of you saw that one of our signals got hit a couple weeks ago. We're a year out on getting a new signal pole. So, I mean, it's crazy to think that these things are a year out. Inflation continues to be higher than what we have historically seen, what our rates typically are. We're seeing workforce shortage, although we are getting better. We probably have less than 10 vacancies now out of the staff, so we're getting close to being full staffed. Regulatory changes are a never-ending issue from solid waste, wastewater, water, across the board, all those regulatory issues, we continue to try to keep up. Every regulatory change costs money, and so that tends to be what we try to focus on, making sure we get ahead of those and doing what we can. And then the expanding system, like I said, it's a large system to take care of. Some specifics in our transportation, the landscaping expectations, we just need to do better than we've been doing the last couple years. We have adequate funding. We've really struggled to get staff. I believe what we did with our seasonal change will help. So we're really going to focus on that landscaping this year. Maintenance responsibilities for the arterial sidewalks, we need to figure out a way with how we want to deal with those issues. So we'll be looking into that a little further. Alleys, gravel streets, and non-maintainables continue to be an issue. Gravel streets, we do not get very much interest in paving those. You've all seen SIDs. I think all of your areas have had an SID request in the last year, and we've not had any go forward. So continues to be an issue. We are knocking off some of those non-maintainable streets, though, as we go through. Jen's gonna have to help. Okay, solid waste, we're gonna talk about this a lot again in a little bit, so we wanna discuss rate equity and pay-as-you-throw. We are seeing a lot of problems with trash not being bagged. That's what blows all over the place, so we're gonna do a lot of outreach this year with our solid waste program. We already are doing quite a bit of that. We have inefficient routes, and we have done what's called, route optimization. Thanks. Well, I was thinking easy route. Easy route? Okay. Route optimization. So we took all of our routes, we've been collecting data for the last couple of years, and we've optimized them. So we are going to roll out a new route optimization that will save a lot of time and money for the city. Unfortunately, it means 85% of people's days of week will change for their pickup. So that will be, yes. Poor Kyle.
Are bulletproof vests for us in your budget
We're
this year?
going to have to look at that. Yeah, so it'll make it much more efficient. It's one of those things where our city just grew and grew, and we just added here and there, and we really need to kind of recalibrate and do it the way we should. And then we're going to talk about recycling tonight as well. I think it's going to work. Yep. Stormwater. This one, I would say we're going to come back in September with our stormwater program. We've talked about this once. We've been spending a lot of time trying to gather data and figure out where we need to go with this. Councilmember Gulick has been on our committee. He is aware of the hours and hours that we've spent on this, and we think we have a plan that we're ready to bring forward, but it'll be September when we do that. So you'll see a lot more about this stormwater challenge here in the next couple of months. And we've talked about this very recently, the problem we have with our replacement program. You have all supported that program, and we will continue to try to get that closer to a 100-year program. Water demands and storage, the flood, the drought, we just need to get that west end built. So we're working hard on getting that moving. And then Skyway Drive, we've talked about this. If that develops in the county, that's not really what we want to see. We want to see that develop in the city. We've got to find a way to serve that area. So depending on how that develops, we have some good game plans, but that'll be a challenge here over the next couple of years. And now you get the numbers.
Thank you, Debbie. Jennifer.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go through how we fund all that, or how we plan to this year. So our total budget for FY24, our expenses are budgeted at $152.5 million. That is actually a decrease of $123.8 million. And I will show you in a couple slides where those decreases are at. Revenues are budgeted at $132.4 million. Again, a decrease of close to $110 million there. And you can tell if you do the math that we have about $20 million more in expenses than we do in revenues. And I'll show you where that's at in a couple slides also. So overall, we have capital as our largest expenditure in Public Works. We're a little different than every other department in the city who usually has personnel as the largest, but for us, we have capital budgeted at $57.7 million, 38% of the budget, and then debt service is really capital also, as it's for previous capital projects. So overall, that takes up 49% of our budget, and then personnel comprises 18% of our budget at $27.4 million. O&M is 49.4 million or 32%, and then interfund transfers round that out at just over $1 million. For revenues, our largest funding source by far are charges for services at $90.6 million for FY24. That's 69% of our budget, and charges for services are primarily your solid waste, your water, your wastewater funds, but it also includes some of our internal service charges. And then our next biggest funding source is special assessments at 24.2 million or 18%. And the special assessments include your street maintenance district fees, your storm, and your street light fees. For FY24, we're also expecting about $7 million in grants. Interest earnings are not very much of our budget, about $500,000 for FY24 is what's projected. Intergovernmental, and that is primarily your gas tax dollars. And that's $4.8 million for the next year. Licenses and permits, $285,000, and then debt proceeds at $4.9 million. That is debt proceeds for the sale of sidewalk and SID bonds. For FY24, this slide just shows you fund by fund what we're spending and what we're taking in. So that part in yellow tells you if we're using or accumulating cash in each fund. So for FY24, street and traffic, solid waste, wastewater, and water are all spending down cash. Not deficit spending, not spending into reserves. That's just merely saving up dollars for future capital projects, and now we're spending those. So our changes in each category are shown on this slide. We have a $2 million increase in personnel for FY24. O&M is $7.7 million, and I'll show you kind of some of the detail on that in a slide. Capital is where the decrease happened, $135 million decrease, and that's because the West End project is solely in FY23. So that comes out, and we have a very low capital budget, low compared to the previous year anyways. And then debt service will increase by 1.5 million, and interfund transfers decrease slightly. So I'm not going to belabor this slide. We showed it to you in the water presentation, show it to you here. Just keep this in mind as far as material cost index is still over 20%, and we're still 5+ on the construction cost index. So budget changes for FY24. We have personnel right now shown here at 281. That includes 13 full-time employees that we converted from 39 seasonal employees this fiscal year. So to fresh your memory there, we could not hire seasonals. We were not getting them last year. For solid waste, we ended up bringing people from other divisions on their trucks because we just didn't have enough people and we had to pick up garbage, but we didn't get maintenance work done in these other divisions. So we looked at what these seasonals do and how we could keep them busy during the winter and got a little bit creative with that. And we're able to figure we could replace those 39 seasonals with 13 full-time employees. We're much better able to hire these employees compared to seasonals. So it's going to help us, as Debbie said, with the landscaping as well as filling it for D&C and solid waste for those yard waste routes. And then we are proposing adding 7 workers in solid waste. 4 are in collections and 3 at the landfill. Part of that is from composting and part of that is from needing new routes. We haven't added a new route in over a decade. So right now we have a lot of overtime. We have routes, they call them helper routes. So instead of having an actual route, they're helper routes, and we just throw people and move them across the city. So very inefficient. We need to add several new routes to the city just from the expansion in the last decade. And on the O&M side, I think probably every department has talked about electricity increases. For us, it's $922,000 as a department. Rent increases are about $300,000. Insurance, also a big ticket item for the city. We're a large department, so we're absorbing a lot of that. That's the property and liability insurance increases at $727,000. Vehicle parts and labor, that's just those material inflationary increases, $260,000. Fuel $566,000. That's primarily in solid waste. And then the BBWA improvements at $3 million, that came up with the agreement that you approved last week. That is those upfront improvements that we need to be able to get the water out of the BBWA. It's all O&M because it's their structures that we'd be improving. And then water meters, that's not new additional water meters. That's just the price increases that we are seeing, $153,000. Wastewater facilities maintenance at almost $900,000 has some roofs in there and some other exciting things like headwork screens and sludge tub replacements to make up that number. Chemicals, again, that's inflationary increase, not additional chemicals at $323,000. And same for street materials, it's inflationary increases for things like asphalt and de-icer. So I'll go through the proposed fees now. For stormwater, we currently generate $5.2 million, and we are proposing to tie that increase to the construction cost index at 5.6%. It will generate an additional $291,000. The current average homeowner pays $56.40 right now. That would increase by $3.20 to $59.60. So in the chart on the right that shows the comparison, that $59.60 does bump us up over Missoula, but we're still lower than every other city that we surveyed there for storm fees. For street maintenance districts, we have about $14.7 million in revenue right now. We do have two districts. One is the downtown district that only takes care of additional sweeping and additional snow removal services above the standard level of service that the rest of the city gets. And then District 2 is the entire city of Billings. So we are proposing cost increases to maintain our level of service in streets, and that's 3% in District 1 and 7% in District 2 for an overall increase of just over $1 million in street maintenance district fees. The current average homeowner pays $185.08. That would increase by $12.96 per year to $198.04. So Billings, there is right in the middle. We're about $55 per year more than Great Falls, but about $142 less than Bozeman there. We did show you this in April. These numbers are slightly different. This has extension money in it, so it did increase. So the numbers that we are proposing right now that will come to you next Monday are shown here, and the total increase for both water and wastewater is $5.58. This is an overall 8.3% increase. And then this slide just puts it all together to show you everything on one slide. I did not have solid waste in here. We're having a separate presentation for that. But all total, we are expecting increases of an average of $16.16 per year on your property tax statement, coming from your storm and SMD assessments. And then your monthly utility bill, which has solid waste, water, and wastewater, would increase by $7.03. And this slide we just like to have in here to show you where Billings stands. It's just a good visual. Billings is there in the orange on all of these. You can see for landfill and collections as well as storm, we're at the bottom here. So when we hear things like tighten your belt or we need to do more with less, we really are. We have been for years. We've done a lot of things to cut projects. We got really innovative on the West End project to try to cut costs there instead of just automatically going to rates. And I think the one thing that we did not talk about in this budget presentation is we also cut our ERP. We were seeing insane prices this year for vehicles, and we stopped buying them. We just postponed, we deferred it, we just couldn't pay that. So we pushed those vehicles into next year. We redid our ERP. It's less than what was approved by council because we just couldn't afford it. We're gonna look carefully at it, look at the maintenance costs going forward to make sure that we're not actually increasing our costs overall, but we think we have a good plan going forward to decrease some costs there. And that is it. So we're open to questions, or they're open to questions.
Very good. Thank you. Just make sure everybody has a chance. We'll just kind of go down here and kind of work our way down. Councilmember Boyette or Councilmember Ripsis? Anything? Okay, we'll come back. Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you. I was just out at the West End Reservoir or the regional, and I met a guy who worked there taking all the gravel out, and he said, why are you letting the ponds fill up already? They're pretty well full now. How are we going to get all the water out in order to fix it? Should we be pumping it out now or later?
We are pumping it out now. It's just full and we're keeping it at that. There's no sense in pumping it all the way down. Electricity costs are really high. Actually, we're using gas we've got a pump out there that we keep filling. But yes, we've been pumping a lot. There's a lot of water. It goes down every fall and then it comes back. So our contractor does have to pump it all down, but there's no sense in pumping it out now. We'll do it during construction.
And I wanted to applaud you. I've had people call me left and right saying, thank you for the light at 32nd and Grand, or I think it is, how that went in 1 day, 2 days. The people are actually calling and saying thank you. There's less confusion now, so you did a great job.
Great. I'm going to give Mac the credit on that one. That was his group that did it. Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Pearson? Anything?
So the only thing about 32nd and Grand is there at Golden, where you can only supposed to turn right. I've been all but T-boned 3 times, 3 days in a row right there because they still insist on turning left. So I don't know how you change that, but anyway, just saying. So my question is on, and I don't know, the landscaping, the right-of-way, your maintenance responsibilities, those 3 slides kind of came together because as I was driving in again today, we always have that issue, and I know it's other places with Rimrock Road, where all the houses back up to Rimrock. And so whose responsibility, whose responsibility? Because all summer long, you will have overgrown grass. Those people will, mow right outside their fence line, some of them, but still you have that swath that your mower doesn't take care of, so you still have a lot of overgrown. So is this going to be part of this maintenance responsibility? And how do we contact property owners what their responsibility is in the right way?
So when we went through, we made the decision a couple years ago to go through and eliminate those properties. We're mowing and maintaining certain areas that were actually property owner responsibility. So we sent letters out to each of those property owners to have them adjust and maintain that. Some of them are doing it, some of them are not. We try and get a hold of code enforcement to go through and update the property owners on those.
Oh, well, that's great. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So one other question.
Sure.
So in your presentation, you have for solid waste, there's a few pictures, and I know we've seen the pictures before of those property owners that put out just tons of loose trash. And so then we were, told, well, maybe this will go into the pay as you throw. But I'm just saying, then you have all of those that they bag their leaves, and they've got buku of those. So we used to do the leaf pickup, and now we don't do that anymore. But now we're going to charge them because now they're having to gather their bagged leaves. So I'm just trying to understand which is the most efficient, which is the most effective, and which is the better route to go. Does the city do it?
And I am assuming we can do this at sort of 30,000 and we'll get right down to 3 feet with the rate, the solid waste. But Kyle.
Defer until the next presentation, because we'll get into that specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Dan? Okay. If I can just ask about the landscape efforts and specifically on Shiloh, so I know it was Derek. Last year, we had real shortage of personnel, obviously. I just drive up and down Shiloh every day, and when that was first installed, it was gorgeous, just gorgeous. Now, almost all of the vegetation is dead in the medians. A lot of the trees in the boulevards have also died. I don't know a percentage, but probably 50%. What's the plan for the medians in Shiloh? The roundabouts, I think those look good, and I think they're probably where maintenance is occurring. But what's our plan for the medians along Shiloh? And should we be talking to any of the adjacent businesses, churches, et cetera, about doing an adopt a median program?
Yeah, so right now, like last year, we had a really hard time getting the seasonals on. They don't start until after the growing season's already started. This year, we got ahead of it a little bit with that seasonal employee transferring to a full-time employee position. So we're getting ahead of that a little bit more. The hard part with the center islands is you get heat on both sides of the plants. The plants, trees, and everything, they really don't like it. We're watering those twice a day, trying to keep them green, trying to keep them active and growing. But what happens is you get that heat on both sides, and it just kills those plants. It's really hard. The wind that's constantly going through their vehicles are traveling. I know the speed limit's only 45, but they're seeing 50-mile-per-hour winds going through all the time. The trash, the debris that's coming off of the vehicles on there. It's just a really hard life to live out there in the middle of the streets. We're going to start up the furthest north island up above Grand. And we're going to go through there. We're going to try different things on different islands and see what works good. We got kind of an idea of what is working through there. The islands completely to the south, if you notice that around Knife River, you'll see all that sanded silt blown in on those islands. It's kind of created like an insulating factor to that. We got probably 8 to 10 inches of silt and sand built up in there, so it's kind of helping those plants survive. But we're going to try different things coming from the north, headed south, trying to see if we can get that area to liven up, look better, and try some different things out there.
Okay, thank you. I've got a plastic Christmas tree. If you want it, I can.
Put that out there. And that's also the hard part is traffic. You know, a lot of those trees have been hit. If you look out there, you can see where trucks are turning, the corners too tight, running over the plants and rock areas. So they're just really hard and tricky to maintain.
Okay, very good. And just quick one for Kyle, the status, or whoever, the status of the drop-off facility. I was at the landfill over the weekend. Looked like the doors were open and some activity was going on. We're still not fully operational, is that right?
We could have been fully operational today. They were cleaning up some plywood and the floor was clear. We should be fully operational if we need to be later this week.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to say I haven't seen lead service replacement. So, I mean, to a lot of people, they don't even know what that was, but to the people who lived in those areas, to have that lead service removed, and it was a load off their minds, and they may not ever call you and thank you, but, you know, that was a great accomplishment, and it took years, and it was really difficult to fund, but whoever has worked on that, I really, from the constituents who aren't calling me to tell you, thank you. That was a very important thing to get done and a really big accomplishment for the city. So I have a question about one of the goals. Thank you. I was going to ask about the revising the city code. How is that coming in terms of those city codes that are directly impacting Public Works Department? How's that coming as a goal? Because that's a pretty hefty goal. It seems like a pretty hefty goal. I just wanted to know if you could speak to that just a little bit.
Yeah, one of those, there's kind of, we're working on some of the, with planning department, he's not here tonight, but some of that comes through the subdivision regulations. We're partnering a little bit with that. And then the site development ordinances as well, as we go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Owen?
Debbie, could I ask you just a couple questions? So I think, first of all, I just want to say the Public Works Department has spent a lot of time with the Budget and Finance Committee, and I just really appreciate it. I think we've been through this stuff in detail. I won't speak for the committee, but I think the decision to move to the full-time equivalents instead of the seasonal workers makes a tremendous amount of sense. The increases in personnel here are designed to do direct service to the citizens. They're not overhead, they're not administration. It's really quality of life direct service, and I think if we have to have it, that's the way to go. At the same time, and sort of picking up where Councilmember Joy is, there was an amendment adopted in the FY23 budget directing the city administrator to implement CEPTED principles across the government. And when I look at your goals here, whether it's codes or subdivision regs or everything here, I don't see it anywhere. So were you not given that direction to incorporate SEPTED? Did it not make it in here? What can you tell us about how we're trying to plan a more safe built environment in the city of Billings?
So we are sending 3 people next week to the SEPTED training, and we haven't really had the training yet, but by sending 3 people, that's a 40-hour class, so it's a significant investment, and we're sending 3 people. I think Derek's going, and we've got 2 other people going as well. Once we have a little bit more information about what that entails, I think we can do a better job of really seeing how it's applicable to what we construct, and then implementing some of those. So it didn't make it in a goal, but certainly it is something that we are focusing on figuring out more about what it means and how to do it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bernice?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to wait till we talk about the solid waste. I would like to have had that presentation earlier. We could have heard more and talked about that. It would have made and would have fit better in the budget, because the budget has a recommended policy decision and change. And one of the things that I've mentioned this before is when we look at this budget, especially in public works, a lot of these budgets that we are approving are approving change policy, and we don't take the time in a work session to go over the policy first and hear what we're doing. I've learned that over the years of being on council, that when we approve the public works policy, you're approving a budget, or I'm sorry, when you're approving the budget, you're approving a policy change. And so it would have been nice to have more of this information beforehand on some of these policy changes that were being presented in this budget. But that's just a comment, and so I'll wait to talk about the solid work later.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Gillett.
Thank you. Really excited about the composting facilities, and yeah, I appreciate public works in general, just a culture of innovation and optimization, and just figuring out on all kinds of areas. And I think I will also be at the SEPTED training, at least for the beginning of next week, and look forward to, well, as you know, I'm also interested in bringing that kind of thoughtfulness to our street network and optimizing there as well. And I hope SEPTED training may also be helpful in that regard. I had just one question, and that was in presentation. I think when Jennifer was going through the numbers, there was a line item for rent, and I just was kind of curious what kinds of facilities or land or what the city is renting.
Mayor, Councilmember Gulick, that rent increase is for, well, we rent 2 facilities right now. One is the depot building that engineering is in. And then the other is we pay rent at the BOC for our facilities there. So that increase was for that expanded BOC land that we are now paying for. And that's where all the increase was for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Also a question for you, Jennifer. I'm on slide 41, which is the total proposed FY24 fees, both for the assessments and for the utility bills. And I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding this and what numbers were baked into the utility rates. Yeah, it's different. I think it was after this. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So these utility bills were increasing by $7.03 a month, and that is going to generate an additional, what number was picked for I feel like the last time we saw this, there was a whole range of them. So where did that conversation land?
So we landed on $1 million per year for water and wastewater. However, the increases that you see here are a little bit less than what we estimated for that before, because we looked at a different way of spreading that and using some money up and increasing it as we go forward. So a little bit less than you saw before, but we're looking at $1 million in water and wastewater.
Each?
Each.
Okay, so $2 million total per year is what is what's baked into that utility number.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any quick wrap-up? I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Councilmember Trinky, I apologize for ignoring you. Did you have anything for us? He might be searching for his sound button. Is he still connected with you? There you go. Did you have any questions for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I did not.
Okay, thank you, and again, my apologies. Yeah, Councilor Tricky, if you, this won't be the last time you're ignored. I apologize. So if you are waving desperately and we don't see that, just feel free to say something, and then we'll recognize you, okay? And Councilor Boyette?
Just one quick one. I've recently visited in Arizona. They have meridians down the streets, and they don't have trees and bushes that die because of the heat. We have 550 water zones, and we're in the semi-arid area. Why do we even fight that, keep continuing? Why not just do it like they do like in Arizona, where they have rocks and yuccas and bushes, rather than trees? Make it simple. Keep it so you don't have to fight it all the time.
That's what we're trying to do, is come up with something that's more of a xeriscape, but still is appealing. So we are going to try more along that line.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This question is kind of outside of the goals that are listed, but across different cities in the U.S., there have been attacks on public infrastructure. Is that ever a concern? I mean, we have an IT department that provides us with IT security, but that has happened. Is that ever going to be something that's on our radar here at the city? Thank you.
We're going to rock, paper, scissors, but apparently I lost. So the biggest threats on infrastructure for cyber type attacks are going to be your water and wastewater. And we do, you're right, it's not a goal, but we have a lot of efforts in that area where we maintain separate firewalls. We have our own network people at the plants to make sure that everything is separated. Always looking at those cyber threats.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, let's open up for public comment on this last third bullet on item number 1, Public Works Budget Report. If you're interested, please come forward. Just a reminder, we will have another opportunity for public comment on item number 2, solid waste rates, and that's where we'll get into discussion of solid waste, garbage handling, recycling, those sorts of issues with item 2. But on what you've heard, if you would like to comment on that, please come forward. Just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. Any public comment on item number 1? No one's coming forward here. No one is online. Still nobody is jumping up. So we'll close the public comment period on item number 1. Council, anything before we move to item number 2? Councilor Bernice?
Mayor, I just wanted to join in some of the conversation on the median, having plants in there. I just don't think, I think we need to eliminate the water on those and try to do something different. You can do bronze arch, you can do all kinds of different things within the medium that's not going to take water and still look appealing. And so I would encourage that you guys are a great innovative staff. And so I'd encourage you to kind of take a look at something to get rid of that water usage for those medians and lower that maintenance cost on that. So thank you.
Okay. For my 2 cents, I'm less concerned about getting rid of the water use as just making it look good. Whatever that is, if it's water, that's great. And if it's xeriscaping with plants, that's great. But I think we can do better on the appearance of them. Okay, so that concludes in item number 1. Item number 2 then is our fiscal year 24 solid waste rates. And I believe Jennifer is, or Debbie, you've got a portion of this also? No, it's the Jennifer show. And we'll turn it over to Jennifer DeRay, our Deputy Director. Jennifer.
All right, so we did have a separate presentation.
Y'all just ran.
Okay, if we get everybody's attention, back to Jennifer. Jennifer.
We have a separate presentation for solid waste because we are presenting some large programmatic changes. So typically, we just propose solid waste rates in our budget, but it just didn't work out that way this year. So I'm not going to go through this in detail. You've seen it in water, you've seen it in our overall budget presentation, and now here. They're the same drivers: fuel, vehicle parts, insurance, the BOC land, personnel increases here, with those temps that we converted to FTEs, and then the 7 additional people. The other driver here is really capital. We have a $15 million landfill cell construction coming up in a few years. So that's on the landfill side. And then on the collection side, we do have a lot of equipment that's up for replacement over the next 10 years. So we're trying to build up for that too. So I'm going to start with what we're proposing for landfill fees, and that is a 10.6% increase for FY24. The current rate per ton is $23.50 for City of Billings residents, so that would increase by $2.50 a ton to $26 in FY24. The outside City of Billings rate, so that's anywhere in Montana except for City of Billings residents, pays 50% more than the inside City of Billings rate. So that rate goes to $39. And then the out-of-state rate, which is really Wyoming, is double the City of Billings rate. So that increases to $52 per ton. The tonnage and where it's coming from really hasn't changed over the last few years. City of Billings makes up 63% of our waste. Yellowstone County is 24%. And then the other counties in Montana, 11%. Wyoming did decrease a little bit because we did lose Powell, but that's at 2%. So this chart shows our proposed rate compared to other entities' current rates. Billings at $26 per ton is still $1 lower per ton than Bozeman and significantly lower than most other cities that we surveyed. You can see those Wyoming landfills and why those people in Wyoming are willing to truck it to Billings. But our out-of-state rate is pushing up there now at $52. It is why we lost Powell because of how high that is. It wasn't a significant loss of waste, but their truck and gas fees were just too high to make up for the difference. And then our non-city rate at $39 is still quite reasonable compared to other cities. So for the non-residential collection fees, that's both commercial collection and our roll-off business, we have proposed an 11.3% increase for commercial. And then for roll-off, and that's your drop boxes, you'll sometimes hear it be called either one of those, we're proposing an 8.1% increase, so the roll-off fee would increase to $200, and that's the wrong dates up there, but in FY24. So this is our program right now. We have for $12.45 per month, we will pick up one black barrel, your regular trash, once a week. We'll pick up 1 or 2 green barrels once a week for 8 months of the year. And then we will also pick up once a month your extras, which can be anything from a bag or cardboard to what you see here in this picture. And then it also includes disposal at the landfill. So $12.45 a month for all of that equates to about $2.87 per week is what you're paying. So really low, probably best deal in Billings right there. We also offer a couple other services right now where you can get an additional black barrel for $4.15 per month. And then we have a bulky item or special pickup program where if you want to unload your entire living room out onto the curb, you can call us and we will come pick it up for a fee. All right. So what we're doing is proposing a new program, and we've talked to council about this before a few times, about pay as you throw. So I'm just going to talk briefly on why we're proposing it, and I'll tell you that solid waste is the last unmetered utility in Billings. For water, we would never go back to a system where everybody pays the same. Doesn't matter if you're filling a pool or have a zero-scaped lawn, you'd pay the same amount. But we are doing that for trash. Pay-as-you-throw is industry standard, and it is the single most effective tool to reduce waste and increase recycling. So it increases equity, so you're actually paying for what you're using instead of everybody paying the same. And it does still give property owners the ability to control their costs. They control what they put out, they control what they pay. Right now, there is no price signal to have people decrease their waste. There's no reason to do it. With water, you have this increasing tier system. There's a signal at some point where your bill gets too high and you're like, what can I do? And you decrease that water. So in solid waste, we don't have that right now, but with pay-as-you-throw, it does kind of signal gives a signal to residents to reduce their waste. And then there's obviously the environmental benefits to be able to reduce waste and extend the life of the landfill. And the biggest thing that I have heard from people is if you do pay as you throw, you're just going to increase trash being thrown everywhere else in Billings. But studies have shown across the nation that this just isn't true. There are people that right now throw their trash where they shouldn't. They do things that they shouldn't, and we deal with them appropriately through code enforcement. Those same people are going to do the same things with pay-as-you-throw as they do now, but studies have shown there is no increase in that undesirable waste. And I'm going to kick this to Kyle for a moment where he's going to go through a few of these slides because I will never be as passionate about trash as Kyle is. So.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. First, I'd like to recognize Daniel Martinez. He's in the back. He is the solid waste supervisor that oversees this program, so he wanted to be here to kind of hear what we were talking about. So we all have heard the adage of the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same result. Well, we are going insane trying to manage this program. Picture on the left, the expectation currently is that we pick that up. And I think that's a little extreme. That could be my personal opinion, but that is that's nasty. And so that's what we're kind of here to discuss today. Where do I point this? There we go. Okay. So the realities of extras. I mean, you can just see the pictures in the top row there. You mentioned leaves. My question back to you is, we can talk about that a little further on, but at what point do we put some of that burden back on the homeowner? You bought a lot with 20 trees in it. At some point in time, there's got to be a fine balance. Important note, today when I left, we had 7 trucks collecting extras. We only have 10 trucks collecting trash, sideload trucks. It is becoming the norm in the afternoon when some of our 5 a.m. routes finish, if they finish early, we put them in trucks to go collect extras. So we are almost to a 1-to-1, basically adding an additional rear load truck with 2 additional people for 1 route. It's getting very, very hard to manage. So goals, provide a smaller container option. I've heard a lot of comments from the community, especially from the older community who maybe live alone or, kids have all moved out. I don't need a 96 gallon. I only fill it up, halfway during the week. Is there another option, a cheaper option? So that's kind of the goal here. But really the big goal, and I can't stress it enough, is to get rid of how the extras program looks today. We are losing staff. We've lost 2 staff here in the last week. And both had reasons of the physicality of the extras program because that staff came off of that crew. We currently have 4 vacancies. Those vacancies come directly out of Daniel's crew in the morning. So when those 4 aren't here, we're pulling 4 out of his crew to fill in for sickness or vacations on commercial, industrial, residential, cart delivery, things like that. It is unsafe. Go back to this picture here. Needle sticks come to mind, putting my hand in there to pick that up. Operators are required to lift 75 pounds, but we have a lot of back injuries. We have a lot of ankle injuries from on and off the truck and walking in alleys. Workers' comp is a big thing. Inefficient, I just kind of touched on that with the amount of trucks that we throw at this thing on a weekly basis to get this stuff picked up. And then Jennifer touched on inequitable. It allows us to control our cost. Right now, there is no cost control. We're just throwing assets out there to get it picked up so we can get the phone to stop ringing, which is hence the insanity part, driving, beating our head against the wall. And then this really provides us a stepping stone to phase into some sort of recycling program. I've heard it for the 2 years that I've been here. Why doesn't Billings recycle? I think it's absurd. This is what I've heard. I think it's absurd that the largest city in the state doesn't have some sort of recycling program. And depending on what I hear, I tend to agree with them. So the realities of recycling, there's a limited market. The one thing that I really enjoy about Montana is no one comes to see you. It's got a very low population, and you're kind of out here by yourself, but that's really, really bad when it comes to commodity markets and having to ship this stuff to a nearby major market to resell it. The cost of recycling is greater than the cost of burying it. If we were to morph the extras program into a recycling program, the end goal 3-5 years down the road, and don't hold me to those numbers, would be a single stream automated collection. So what I mean by single stream is you would get we'll call it a blue cart for conversation purposes, and your plastics, your papers, your cardboard, everything that we would accept would go into one bin. That one bin would be collected and it would go to a processor. That processor would either sort it and bale it or bale it and ship it, however they're designed to do that. In my experience, I have experience collecting plastics 1 through 7. 3 through 7 are losers. They don't generate any revenue. 1s and 2s, you have a little bit of opportunity to generate a little bit on the back end. Cardboard right now has got about a $15 to $20 a ton market value, which is split between entities, between the processor and the city. That's how I've seen it done in the past. Sorting costs are very high. So we would not need a MRF for this. I know cities that own MRFs, and it is a high 6 to low 7-figure sunk cost every year. So I think this would work best with some sort of public-private partnership with a recycling processor and have us just be the collector. A lot of upfront costs. So years down the road, we would transition from rear load to side load. We would have to buy containers. And if you remember from the conversion, I think we spent a little north of $1 million on trash containers, so they're not cheap. But there is a cost savings at the end of this tunnel if we go this direction. You decrease from 2 workers to 1 per route. You decrease the routes needed because automated collection is about twice as fast as rear load collection. And then the big one is landfill space. So, the sustainability piece to this, I did some quick math before I left the office today. EPA currently says that Americans generate 4.9 pounds per trash per day. Based on what our residential trucks are burying and our number of residential accounts, based on the average number of people in homes, we're north of 6. Other options, we could do source separate at the curb. That's multiple bins. It kind of goes back to the early 90s when I remember we used to have those 18-gallon bins in the garage and we had 3 or 4 of them. There's pros and cons to those. And then we could do drop-off sites around town for recycling. So we could put big roll-off containers out there, one for plastic, one for cardboard, one for this, one for that, and not collect it curbside at all. We could do it that route. But I think for conversation purposes, and I think to keep the residents, keep some sort of level of service that they have now, I think a single stream curbside option would be the least amount of change for them long term. Let's see. Was this me or you?
So this is what we're proposing going forward. This is our recommended foray into recycling and our pay-as-you-throw program. So we would offer 2 sizes of containers, the 64s and the 96s. And last time we presented to council, we started receiving calls the next week wanting to order their 64-gallon container. So it'll be in high demand, we think. There's a lot of confusion of, are you going to weigh every container? And we are not. It's by size is how we would charge, and that is what is done throughout the industry. We would allow a maximum of 2 black and 2 green barrel containers. There are 2 reasons for this. One is just congestion in the neighborhoods. The second is if you have more than 2 containers, you're really a commercial property. And then we are really proposing more of a hybrid type pay-as-you-throw. There are a lot of cities, a lot of entities where if you have your lid up on your garbage, you're paying extra. You're going to see an extra charge on your next bill. And we're not proposing that here. If we can pick it up, if we can pick that container up now, we do. If we can't, we leave a note on that container with directions on what you need to do next time, and we would continue the same thing. So there would be no extra charge there. And we're still proposing no extra charge at the landfill for Billings residents if they go out there and bring something. So we would get rid of our extra program and change that into cardboard only. So we'd have cardboard at the curb. You don't have to put it in a container right now. This is just our first step into it, where you could just cut down your boxes and set it on the curb and we'd pick it up. The approximate cost that we received to dispose of the cardboard is we'd have to pay about $100 per ton. But it would provide an incentive to decrease waste and recycle, and it gives residents the similar at-curb experience that they have now. And what I mean by that is approximately 10 to 15% of our waste stream is cardboard. And so if you actually look at your garbage, and we transitioned when we went to the once a month extras program at our house, where we tear down our boxes, because boxes are easy to store for a month. And that's what we do now, is we put out those cardboard boxes as our extras. And then we have no problem getting everything else into our black bin. So if you just handle your trash a little bit differently, you still have that same pickup experience that you do now. And then our bulky special pickups would continue, so you'd still be able to call us for an extra pickup and pay that fee for that. And then we would propose a couple community events, probably one in the fall for leaves, similar to what we had this time, but we would need to do something with the plastic bags, because what we're trying to get rid of is those plastic bags. We want it in your green barrel because we need it for composting at this point. And then we'd have probably a spring cleanup of some sort also if we go to this program. So the rates that we are proposing, well, right now you saw it was $12.45. So if we continue doing what we're doing, the cost of service rate is $16.80. So that's a unsubsidized rate, because council directed us that he did not want to be subsidizing the rates with the landfill fees anymore. So that would be the unsubsidized rate. The FY24 recommended is to implement the program on the previous slide. So, and you'd get a 96-gallon black bin, you'd get your green barrel still, and you'd get cardboard at the curb for $13.90 per month. Or if you wanted to decrease your size, it would go down to less than $10 a month, and you'd still be able to have your green barrel and your cardboard recycling. So that $13.90 and that $9.90, we're subsidizing at that point, because we do think if we're gonna subsidize, it should be for a good purpose. Recycling is a better purpose than just allowing unlimited trash. So that $13.90 is a subsidized number. $13.90 is still well below every other city. Helena is the next lowest at $14.68, but Billings has had the lowest collection fees since I think the beginning of time, so that continues. We have reviewed this proposal with both our Public Works Board and the Energy Commission, which have both been in full support of the program and the fees that you saw here. We would have the public hearing and hopefully the rate approval in June, the first meeting in June. A lot to do, though. We are looking for some direction tonight because we would have to start that bid for a contract for recycling disposal. We might need to look at ordering those 64-gallon containers early if we have enough support of council. We wouldn't do it if we don't. And then we need to start public education soon on what it would take for that cardboard recycling and get people on board with that. So I think that's it. It is.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions, so if we can start at the other end of the table and work back this way.
Sure. Actually, I just have a comment. I don't really have a question.
Whatever you
Okay.
like to characterize it.
I think this is fantastic. I personally believe this is the direction we should be moving. If we're going to subsidize, I like the idea of subsidizing recycling. I think the extras program has gotten out of control. I feel like you've addressed a lot of the issues that I've heard in some of this planning of community events in the spring and fall, pick up the leaves, when people have a lot of extra, things that really can't fit into one or two barrels. So I feel like I don't have any complaints. You were looking for direction, so my direction is 2 thumbs up. I think this is where we should head. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Gulick.
I'm also very supportive of what's been presented. When I was a kid growing up here in town, and if you did have extras or bulk, we just borrowed some neighbor's pickup truck and we took care of it ourselves. We didn't depend on the city having to pick up all of these extras and things. It was actually really fun. I think I got to see seagulls, and it was a really big, like another world there. So it was kind of like taking a trip to another world. Anyhow, I think this is a really good direction. Certainly, I do hear from constituents as well, looking for something, some sort of recycling solution. So I think this is a good step into that world. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I have enough time here to talk about all of this, but I want to say, first of all, I am not against recycling. I think recycling is good. In fact, I find it difficult in this town to recycle. When we go to the places to put recycling in there, the material, the bins are full. And so it's because someone's not emptying the bins. We don't have enough of those around the city. I think there's a lot we can do before we start putting recycling bins at the curb and adding more trash cans and more cans, because more and more people are just leaving their cans at the curb, and now we're going to have just a multicolor of cans at the curb. Now maybe that's not in every neighborhood, but there's going to be a lot like that. And I think that we can do more than having to start doing something. So again, I think we do need to do some things with recycling, but I think we need to make it easier for our current constituents to get out there and recycle. I am concerned about some of the changes, especially without the no pickups. I hear a lot from constituents about with these changes we had last year. They don't like them and they're having difficulty with them now. I happen to live in a neighborhood where I have 2 trees, but yet I put about not quite as many as on that picture out in the curb, but they are not my leaves. My neighbor's leaves come into my yard. I have to pick them up and I put them at the curb. Now I'm going to have to pay for my neighbors, or should I just take them across to my neighbor and ask him to pay? And so I think there's some community in trash. It's not all pay as you throw. Some of it has to do with our community. We talked not too long ago about graffiti, and that's a community blight. And there's been talk about maybe having a fee to remove graffiti across the city, as a community pays for that type of thing. I think trash is one of those areas where it is a community thing. We don't want to see trash around the city. We want to see people make it easy for them to throw things their way, easier for them to recycle. I don't think this program fully meets that. There's some in here I like about it. I like the smaller 64s. And that, but I would like to see some information on when we talk about these rate comparisons that we had up here. We're comparing apples to oranges, or because you've got what the program would cost if we didn't subsidize, yet we compare it to a program that we are subsidizing. So you're not really given a fair comparison between what we currently are doing with subsidies versus not. I don't know what the subsidy amount is, but it would be nice to know what is the amount of subsidy, so that we at least would have an idea from this chart. If we continue doing what we're doing with the subsidy, then what would that 1680 drop to?
So Councilmember Neese, you're still going to be right at that $16.80. So we're subsidizing the rest of it. There were a lot of assumptions that went into the rates and trying to guess at how much cardboard people would put out at the curb. And so how much would we be paying per ton? Looking at how much cardboard people get delivered to their house. So we really think that it would be similar in this first year. We don't know. Hopefully it'd be less than the $16.80. We spend a lot on overtime right now with the extras program. But it would be somewhere around that $16 mark if we did not subsidize.
So you are subsidizing this. If you were subsidizing it, what would it be?
If the continued program?
Yeah.
Depends on how much you wanted to subsidize from the landfill.
Okay. Well, again, I guess the point is I think we should have seen a number that has what the subsidy is. The other question I have is, I'm concerned about putting cardboard boxes out on the curb because as it is now, the trash cans blow over. Cardboard's just going to go down the street when we have windy days. Yeah, Mayor, I'll come back to some other things. I'll let some other people ask questions.
Sure, yeah, I think the focus here can be questions. We'll have an opportunity for a little more comment probably after we get public input. So, Councilmember Bowen?
Just questions, huh?
Not necessarily, just.
Maybe Kyle. So let's answer this question about cardboard, because I agree. I think if I just go out to my curb in the Heights and throw a bunch of boxes on the ground, they're going to be blown all over the neighborhood. So why don't we have some sort of strap them down or collection bin? I mean, why this approach of just stacking them on the curb?
Well, because we do it now. I mean, every Monday I see a ton of cardboard stacked on the curb for extras collection now. And if you break down some of your smaller cardboard into a bigger cardboard box, it does add a little bit of weight to it. But the wind is an issue. I mean, I'll give you that. You can't set your cardboard out on Thursday for a Monday collection. It's just, it doesn't work that way. And the reason we're baby stepping with cardboard right now is it's a lot of the waste stream that's currently being put out for service now, okay? So again, that at curb experience wouldn't change a whole lot. The thought was if you're struggling trying to break your cardboard down or shove it in your 96-gallon cart, you now pull it out and that creates extra room for maybe the 1 or 2 trash bags that you had on the ground. You can throw it in there. Number 2, cardboard's pretty easy from a recycling standpoint, from a contamination conversation. As long as there's nothing in it, no trash in it, we can take it. With some of the pictures that you saw, a full-on single-stream recycling program and compliance within the community would be a disaster if we just jumped right in.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of our thought process when we went through this.
What happened to the concept, what happened to the concept of giving people the option to bag and tag extras, pay for it?
So we didn't show this slide as recommended by our board, but we still could do something like this. Council didn't like it before. So this is what a lot of cities do, is the bag and tag system. And with this, the same kind of program for the first 4 items, but you buy a bag or a tag at your grocery store or wherever you shop. We would charge $5 per bag for that. And you can set out as much as you want that way. You know, if you set out 4 bags, it's $20 a month. It would still help. It would still improve safety. I still think it would cut down on waste because people will look at that price point. So it does help from that standpoint, but it wouldn't step into recycling at all if we did that.
Okay, and then my last question for Kyle. This proposal came last year, and there was real mixed reaction to it, and it's back again this year. I think you probably anticipated bringing it back this year, when we did it last year. So I'm concerned that We're talking now in the middle of May about something that would be implemented July 1, and we haven't spent the last year talking more to the community about managing waste better, recycling more. I mean, we haven't laid the foundation for public education. I had mentioned at the Budget Committee that I'm concerned that with all the good publicity work Public Works does, they never held community meetings saying, hey, we talked about pay as you throw. We want you to know this is why we're thinking about it. This is the rationale. We didn't do anything in the last year to get the public more behind this, and I'm just wondering why.
So I'm not gonna say that we didn't do anything. I mean, I've personally been in the community talking to a bunch of different groups, and some of those groups I think are still represented in the back at 9 o'clock tonight. But I mean, you bring up a good point. We could do a lot better, and we're going to need to do a lot better if we decide to make a big program change like this.
So wouldn't it make more sense to maybe delay this until January 1 instead of trying to implement it right away?
I mean, rip the Band-Aid off and just, I don't know. You wanna jump in here?
So the last time that we were here, we did promise to bring it back in the spring. So this is where we're at. We didn't have the rates figured out. It was a lot to calculate, did the entire rate study first. We got it done 2 days, I think, before the Budget Committee meeting. But we've been here a number of times before, so we thought that council had enough information that it wasn't a surprise at this point what we're bringing, except for going away from the bags and tags to recycling.
I don't mean council, I mean the general public, the sorts of things that you guys already do at the library and all over the community to engage the public. It doesn't seem, even setting aside pay as you throw, you could have done it on better management of extras or recycling. I mean, I don't think we laid the foundation for something that would start in 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Yeah, and like Kyle said, Debbie, Kyle and I have all been at different community groups and talked about it. We don't get a whole lot of feedback. People either like it, they want to recycle, or they're mad because they don't have their old big container that we changed out to the individual containers. But we've had positive support from the community at all the groups that I've been to. I think all of us have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to ask a question about one of the values behind this is sustainability. And I wanted to ask, how much does it cost to open a new cell? And what does reducing the amount of garbage that we put into the landfill really have to do with sustainability? Because I think that I know that, but I'm not sure, and I'd like to know better. What does that have to do with sustainability, and how much does it cost to open a new cell? And what kind of new regs do you don't know yet, but how does new regulation really impact the sustainability of our landfill? Thank you.
So Councilmember Joy, I'm going to address the first couple parts of that, and then I'm going to hand it over to Kyle for the environmental regulation impact. But our CIP right now has the next cell construction in there for $14.7 million. It's expected to last for about 20 years. So I think that comes to about $685,000 a year. We could extend the life of that cell by about 2.5 years, just with cardboard recycling. So if you want to equate that to dollars, you're looking at probably $1.8 million. It will still, I'm not going to try to say anything different, it will still be cheaper to bury it. But we will extend the life of the landfill. Right now, we have so much land that it doesn't seem like it's a problem. But 50 years from now, people would be pretty happy if we started some more programs to divert trash from the landfill.
Okay, a few questions. I'm sorry? Oh, Kyle had something else on that? Thank you.
Can you repeat the other part of that question for me?
Well, I mean, in terms of, it doesn't seem like regulations really go away. I mean, you don't have to be a person who consumes a lot of news to know that there are huge concerns about plastics. Plastics in our blood, plastics in our bodies, plastics in our liver and our kidneys. And those are leading to health issues. We absolutely know that. So, I mean, in terms, regulations really don't ever go backwards. They generally move forward. So do you see on the horizon generally more strict regulation in terms of how plastics are disposed or those types of things that may impact the sustainability of our landfill?
On the solid waste side, no, I don't see any new major earth-shattering regulations that are going to affect how we build and design and operate solid waste systems.
Thank you.
Kyle, why don't you stay there? The cardboard pickup, is the assumption that it's only once a month as extras are now, or is it every week?
No, it would stay once a month as it is currently.
Okay. And then do other cities in Montana what do they do with extras? Do any pick up extras?
Not to my knowledge, and if they do pick it up, they have a pretty decent charge attached to it.
Okay. That seems to me part of the public education component that'd be very important. We do tend to judge ourselves by what others are doing. And if we're the only ones doing that, I think that's a really important message to get out. But we can't say that unless we're pretty sure of that and know the details on those charges.
Cities more than I have, and the general consensus is we are the only ones that provide a 96-gallon cart, but then tell our residents if it doesn't fit, just place it out there and we'll send a whole nother truck to come and get it.
And you said Jennifer had or Debbie had looked in that. Is that your understanding? And they're both nodding their heads. So unless somebody tells us otherwise, we're going to tell the public that we are the only ones doing this and still charging them less than anybody else.
Correct.
How does that happen? Because it looked like the averages are about $40 to $50 a month. I would understand small differences, but we're talking a complete multiple of 2 or 3 times off the average. What's wrong with this picture? Or
you talking about where our rate ranks in comparison to others?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say. If you go out further west, cost of living is a lot more. So they've got to raise more revenue to cover costs. There's some waste to energy facilities as in the region, which are very expensive to operate per ton. So, it's really hard to pinpoint the exact reason on why they are more expensive than we are.
Okay.
Say what? Right, we do own the landfill. Oh, good point. Yeah, okay, yeah, we own the landfill. So I do know, a lot of, I think there's 2 landfills in Montana that are privately owned. So privates are in it for revenue and a profit margin, and they're gonna make sure that they reach those margins, whether they gotta raise rates or not. So being a publicly owned landfill is very beneficial in that regard.
Okay. 2 last but kind of related questions about, I don't want to call it a compromise, but the biggest opposition that I heard when we got rid of extras was during spring cleanup and leaf season. I think we can all relate how easy it is to fill a green bin with leaves. Or even mowing. A lot of yards, you can barely do it in a single green bin. Is there a way to have additional pickups during those seasons, or is the staffing hurdle so great because it's completely seasonal by definition? Or could we contract with Republic or somebody else to bring on additional service, maybe for an additional charge during those time periods?
Yeah, I don't think we should let Republic in the door because that'll just lead to a slippery slope, in my opinion. So you can get 2 green bins for starters. And so I've worked in 2 other cities that have all provided a spring and fall community cleanup. And I don't mean curbside, we'll drive a truck to your curb and pick up what you have, but they're strategic locations, kind of like we started with the leaf drop off the last 2 leaf seasons. They're strategic locations around town. They're manned for, let's call it 2 Saturdays in the spring and 2 Saturdays in the fall for conversation purposes. And we just haul 30-yard open tops as they get full to the landfill. And it worked really well. in those communities to kind of get over the spring cleaning hump and to get over the fall leaf season.
Okay, so haul yourself, and then, I guess last question, back on this hybrid concept, it does sound that some sort of a page or a bag option might be a possibility. Is another way to shift those costs, but people who really wanted to pay, they could still do it, but there'd be more detail to that, I guess. So how would that work? You just put it, okay, you just buy the bag, I guess, so, okay.
I mean, you have direct experience in Boise. You want to talk to this on how it worked for you and your family, or? I mean, okay. I mean, so essentially, you either buy bags or you buy tags. And if it's not in the appropriate bag or if it's not tagged, we don't pick it up. So the way that solid waste would capture the revenue would be on the sale of the bag or the sale of the tag, and not necessarily the crew marking in the field, oh, the mayor had 3 extra bags out today.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Tidswell?
Yeah, definitely. We talked about 2% of the tonnage coming out of Wyoming. I wanted to see if you guys could explain to me how that benefits this city, and especially how that benefits the city if we're 57% less than Sheridan, 26% less than Cheyenne, and 4% less than Casper. Can you tell me how the citizens are benefiting from any of that, please? And you may have to break that question up a little bit, but.
So council approves anyone that's outside the city of Billings in hauling to our landfill. We brought Wyoming. There were a couple entities that wanted to haul to us.
I would too.
We were cheaper for sure. It was Powell, the city of Powell was hauling to us, and then also an entity called Two Tough Guys. And at that time, we had a 6% surcharge on the rates is how we started. Where we are now is council has said over time, if we're going to take waste and use our landfill and filling up our cells, we want to charge a premium for this. So where we benefit is we're charging double what it actually costs. Their waste doesn't cost us more. So we are able to subsidize other rates with their fees. And I don't remember the second part of your question.
I just don't see the numbers jiving there, I really don't. I mean, we may be charging them a premium, but if they're taking it to share, they're getting jacked a little bit higher, right?
True. Two Tough Guys is kind of on the edge at this point with these fees, as if they're going to keep hauling to us or not, because they have to pay the transport and the fuel costs of bringing it up here too. City of Powell was able to get a better deal down in Wyoming.
And if we alleviated that 2% coming out of Wyoming, what kind of year sustainability do we have above and beyond that? I mean, what you're quoting me for cardboard, as it were.
So if we eliminated 2% from our waste stream, we could probably get about an extra 3 months in that 20-year cell.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the 10 to 15% of the cardboard, and I don't know whomever, that doesn't seem like a lot to me. I think what you were stating, that's for recyclables, whatever the different categories of recyclable. Cardboard is 10, 15%. Is that correct? Did I understand that? So what is your next? What's the next one that is higher than the cardboard? Aluminum, plastic.
But I know the rankings. It's going to be the rest of your paper products, magazines, your mail, and then plastic.
So the reason we're going to cardboard is because you have a market, if you will, where you can take those.
So there's a little bit of a rebate back for cardboard right this second. But in my opinion, the bigger driver to start with cardboard is to limit the impact of what the residents are actually going to do at their house. So if you're currently setting out cardboard once a month and we make this change, nothing changes for you at your home.
I understand that. I'm trying to see the impact as a whole to recycling and I get the recycling thing. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm also not seeing the sensibility in this part of it, I guess, for me. There may be more people that would be an option for them. To me, plastic's always a big deal. Glass is really hard to find a market for glass, and it's my understanding that it is expensive. Yeah, I really don't have a question. I'm just having a hard time with this, the rate change, and, you know, going up to $16.80 if we make no changes. I'm not sure of how we're getting there. So, anyway, just a comment.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I go to Republic once a month. I take my aluminum cans, I take my tin cans, I take my newspaper, and I take my cardboard once a month. And it's not a big deal. I mean, if people can't do that, one thing we did notice is that Albertsons used to have the containers for that. Well, then I was critical of not Albertsons, but of the people, because it was obvious that it was full, so people set the stuff out. The people were trying to be recycling everything, but the people in charge of the containers, they weren't there. They should have come once a day, once a week to pick it up. But just cardboard once a month, I don't see that this is a game changer for recycling, because that's all we're talking about is cardboard at this point.
But you have to, it's a stepping stone.
Right.
So you have to understand that it's a stepping stone, and as we can get the residents used to the change, and then we look at more waste streams, we get some carts in here, put some carts on the street. It's just a very small stepping stone into a full-blown kind of what you're talking about.
So, yeah, I went to Republic and asked them let's have a conversation about real recycling, not just cardboard. I said, why couldn't we have the facility where people would bring aluminum cans, metal cans, that idea, and I think people would do that, but cardboard once a month, okay, I mean, so what, kind of, go ahead, let's do it, but I want to do recycling. Plastic, no one wants it because there's nothing to do with it other than dump it in the ocean. So if you want to do cardboard, go for it, but I want to really do something that's significant down the road where we pay part of the program, you know, where we would have facilities around town where people could dump off aluminum cans and metal cans and cardboard and maybe plastic someday.
So you would be talking about like drop-off facilities, like I mentioned earlier, in lieu of a curbside collection program?
Because people will do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually disagree with that. I think people will do it more if it's actually easier for them to do it. So one of my questions was, you mentioned cardboard has to be broken down. Are we not going to pick it up if it's not broken down?
No, my recommendation was if you have a bigger box, you break down some of your cardboard into that bigger box, to put some weight into it to address Councilwoman Owens' issue with the wind, but then also to make it easier for the crews. They can go by and just pick up one box that has 14 other boxes broken down in it. Saves them time versus picking up the 14 individual boxes that are lined up at the curb.
I am a little concerned about the wind. You know, we don't have that many extras, very rarely, but usually it's cardboard boxes, and if it's windy, I don't put them out. But I'd like to see that every week. I'd like to see, you know, the bins with the throw everything in there, you know, plastics and aluminums and that kind of stuff. But I think you're right. We have to ease into it. Because I think if we did that now, people would just throw all kinds of stuff in there and it would just be a mess and it'd be useless, and we'd have to end up getting rid of it. I think our challenge right now is it's cheap. And I mean, honestly, you can have the Gazette throw a paper on your driveway every day of the month for $25 a month. And then we'll haul away 96 gallons of trash every week for $13 a month. I mean, it's literally cheap to have this stuff done, and people are more upset about the cheap things changing than they are of the things that cost a lot more. So we're in that position where these small changes have to be done, and we're just kind of paying for it because we haven't charged, honestly, probably enough for this service over the years. So So I would like to see it get to the point where it is picked up every week. We've got a separate blue container or something like that, and we can throw it all in. I understand it's going to take a couple years to get there, but I'll hold you to that 3 to 5 years, because that's the kind of time frame that I'd like to see. The only other little question I had is the 64-gallon cost. It's more than 2/3 of the 96-gallon cost. Why do we want to subsidize people or help people, encourage them to use the smaller container? Shouldn't that be a little less than 2/3?
You're talking the 990 compared to the... So there's still quite a bit of cost as we're going out there anyway. So, yes, we could have increased the other one, decreased the 64. We could do that anyway. This is the way we chose to go because we still have to go out there and it's the fuel cost and everything.
Chris?
Can we stay on that? I mean, we always spend time, as we should, thinking about cost to our taxpayers and our ratepayers. I'm guessing for my own family, as it shrank from 5 to 3 as kids got older, with cardboard recycling at all, it can easily go to a 64-gallon container instead of a 96. So I'm saving $4 a month. And when we talk about other increases, we talk about how sensitive those increases are. This is a way for a significant amount of our population to be able to reduce their cost. Because a 64-gallon tote is still in some communities, that's the large tote. So combined with recycling, I think there is a mechanism there, maybe you disagree, that folks can save money, which helps us in the other areas we're working on. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. We need to transition to public comment. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Councilor Tricky.
Yeah, so I did have one question and a comment. Is one of the reasons why some of those other places are more expensive because they are including the cost of recycling?
Councilmember Tricky, that is correct. There's a lot of entities that do recycling where they have a separate recycling fee, but it's largely subsidized in the regular rate.
Thank you very much. I can't tell you how long it's been since I've been excited to see something in a council meeting. And I'm excited to see this. It's been a long time coming. You've been teasing us with this for a long time. And I've been telling people that, it's coming, and it's really good to see it actually happening. I love the fact that we recycle our cardboard and and our glass and our metal cans and stuff like that. We can easily get by with a 64-gallon trash can. So I like the way you're doing it. I totally agree that I would pay to decrease the cardboard going in there because of how much of the waste stream is cardboard out there. I mean, I think he said someplace it was like 10 to 15%. I mean, that's a very significant number. So anyway, yes, I love it. I'm all for it. Let's make it happen as soon as possible. I don't see anybody getting upset that this is happening this way. And in fact, I think we're going to have to do a lot of communicating, get people to realize that they can once a month leave cardboard out there and somebody will come and pick it up.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Tricky. We'll move to public comment in just a second. By way of transition here, I just want to make a comment that on the concept of additional dumpsters around the community, I didn't hear any opposition to that. So however this moves forward, there are lots of other products besides cardboard, and I do think, especially with paper, plastics, cans, we need to have that discussion about reactivating that system, making sure somebody picked it up, making sure the garbage doesn't collect in the Albertsons parking lot. Situations like that are not acceptable. So I would say that needs to be part of it. The other thing I think needs to be part of it is if Earth First Aid is saving the city money by keeping it out of our garbage, why aren't we considering a more direct way to support that program or other private parties through advertising, through a credit against our bills? I've used their services as long as they've existed, for 20 years, and I'll tell you, it's double the price of what I pay to the city of Billings, which is a whole nother comment. But anyway, I do think a $5 credit might achieve an awful lot of success in this goal of keeping things out of our landfill. You've been very patient, members of the public. Thank you. Please come forward. 3 minutes. You know the routine. Just ask for your name and address up front.
Margaret Beeson. I'm at 643 Burlington. First of all, I want to say what an impressive presentation by Public Works. So I'm over the top about how much you do and what an amazing and hard job that you have. So thank you. And thanks to Kyle, he came to the Yellowstone Valley Citizens Council and presented to us. So I know there's been education going on around what the plan is. I've been recycling 50 years of my life, and I am 72, so that has been a long time. And Earth First Aid I've been paying for that long as well, and I'm very grateful. I've talked with Scott extensively. Those bins that have been around town, people throw dead animals, dirty diapers. So if you want to know more about why those things have been shut up, on Monday morning he said the cardboard bins over there at Daniel Street are not only full, but there's cardboard everywhere, massive amounts of cardboard. So starting with cardboard is going to be a really great way for us to just begin, like people have said, not only to take some of the load off the landfill. I look at garbage cans and there's full of people's cardboard boxes, so that's going to help a lot that way. And it's also going to give people an opportunity to just begin to do this. Yellowstone Valley Citizens Council is prepared to help educate, and apparently there's only one person for Public Works who actually has that job, so I can't imagine how they could have done any better at this so far, but we're happy to prepare to help educate, which we have done. I've been over to the schools, my clinic has, and educated McKinley, kids over there about doing that, so we're prepared to help with that. So thanks very much, and thanks to you all for the work you do.
Thank you.
Walter Gaelic, 2018 12th Street West. Mayor and council members, I'm very excited about what is going on with Public Works. I love the whole idea of excellence, integrity, innovation, and I think that's been exhibited by what we see in landfill going on. So I love the landfill composting happening now. I love the fact we have 24 gallons containers coming on. I love the pay-as-you-throw program. These are all great things. Now, I would have a question about the cardboard once a month. I have a question as to whether the trucks that we now have can facilitate that. Do the drivers have to get down? And how is that all working? I guess is my question.
We'll collect your questions, pose them, and then when everybody's done, we'll ask staff to comment on those. So.
Okay.
Thanks. And so if you got anything else, feel free to use it, or use your time.
Anyway, thank you very much for your work here together, and I think we have a great Public Works collection of professionals.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, as mayor and council, my name's Allie Pastor. I'm at 1035 Avenue F. And I want to start with adaptability, because when we went from the really big, huge, I don't know how many gallons, to the smaller containers that they are now, my neighbors were kind of offended, but they adapted, and they weren't throwing trash everywhere. They made it work for them, whether it was less frequent throwing away their trash or holding on or conserving at the start, when we're buying things. So it's definitely possible to even shift down to a smaller size. As someone who has done work as a trash person in the past, I really worry about safety. So our employees at the city picking up heavy loads, causing work comp, that's a big issue. I also think about going from a bigger trash bin to a smaller. Our elderly may not even be able to do what they currently have, that bin at it as is. And so shifting down to a smaller bin is more manageable for them. The last thing I love is incentivizing. Like, this is the only thing that maybe we can save on as our utility bills, besides, electricity, now that I think about it. But it's like, you are rewarded for it, and we need more things like that to create the better mindset that we need for the future. And I also agree with your comment about going to a place to dump our recycling. It's not as easy as some may seem because we don't have the time. It is easier when it's right there in front of us at our house to throw it away in the right manner. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, my name is Randy Hafer, 702 North 23rd. And in the interest of full disclosure, as I'm sure you already all know, I am a member of the Energy and Conservation Commission. And this is an issue that we're very interested in, but we have not yet taken a formal action. So I'm speaking as an individual. Just want to be real clear about that so I don't get in trouble with anybody back on the commission. In any case, I can't even tell you how stoked I am that we're doing this. Thank you, Deb. Thank you guys so much. We've talked about this a lot in our house. I especially like the pay per throw because I'm down to just 2 times a year I take the can out to the alley. Haven't got it down to 0 yet, but we're moving in that direction. So I think that's a fantastic thing because it turns out when you start playing the game, it's not that hard. Now, I agree with you, Mayor, that we also have been using Earth First Aid since they arrived on the scene, and we do pay for that. If there was some kind of a credit to start to offset some of this, that would be really great. But we're going to do it anyway because that's part of how we get rid of a lot of the stuff that comes out of the house. And for us, it's not cardboard at all, it's plastics. And frankly, that's a whole other subject we can talk about sometime because a bunch of these plastics shouldn't even exist. And someday we got to get rid of that stuff because you can't do anything with it. So it's just a huge problem. Anyway, I just want to applaud everybody that we've gotten to this point. It's been a long time coming. There's been a conversation about this in the city for years. And new people moving into town, it's kind of like they don't get it. So I'm glad that we're starting to get it. I'm very excited about it. I think this is definitely a first step. This is not the last step, but it's the beginning. And if we get started, we can move down this path, I think, and get to a really great program at the end of the day. And it doesn't have to take that long. There's going to be some behavioral changes that are going to have to happen, and people will figure that out. Just as Ally pointed out with the 300 gallons going to 96, a lot of whining beforehand, virtually none after. So once we get it started, I think it's going to work really well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other public comment, please come forward.
I'm Addison Sessions, 1117 North 32nd Street. I'm all in favor of this. I'll be real brief and not repeat some of what the previous speakers said. I take my material to Republic 2, probably 6 times a year. I think that if people can dump their cardboard on the front, in their front yard, their front sidewalk, a lot more cardboard will get picked up. As Ally said, some people can't or don't make the time to take their stuff down to Daniels Street. And there's value in this, I think, on a larger scale. The less we use as humans, the the better off this planet is going to be. And recycling this stuff is right along with use less. That's it. Thank you, council, mayor.
Thank you, Ed. Other public comment?
Mayor, I've got two people online that would like to
Okay,
comment.
thank you. Kevin, we'll turn it over to you.
The first one is screen name Carmelita.
Hi, this is Carmelita Dominguez. I'm at 4440 Laredo Place. I had a statement prepared, but I'm just going to forego that. I'm super excited about the presentation that was done. I'm super excited about the recycling program. I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said because just for time, but I just want to emphasize that other cities have been doing this for years. My hometown adopted recycling in the 90s, and my parents, who never recycled, they were able to figure it out. So we can do this. We can figure it out. And as we get these awards for being this environmentally friendly city, I think that this is the obvious next step, is to start a recycling program. I think that there were so many benefits, the ability to control our costs, the ability to empower our community, and people will figure it out. I recycle since I've lived here. I put my cardboard out, and one windy day it blew all over my neighbor's yard, and I figured that out. So people are smarter. Your constituents are smart. They can figure to put a rock on their cardboard and be able to keep their neighborhood happy and get their stuff out. So thank you so much. I think this is a wonderful program. I'm really excited to see it move forward, and I think this is a really good direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is screen name Ann Holub.
Ann.
Hello, hi, I am Ann Holub. I'm at 2924 Ronan Drive in Ward 4. It's one of the cul-de-sacs that comes up off of Rimrock, and I've been taking notes as the presentation has been going on because I'm a little concerned just because of what I know happens on my street. I have a green barrel along with my bin. We put our yard waste in there and things like that. But I have called Public Works once I got my green barrel because the green barrel just gets emptied into the regular trash. And I was told that the type of automated pickup machines can't make it up the cul-de-sacs up off Rimrock. So while the Poet Streets south of me get their, grass clippings and whatnot composted, I'm assuming, we don't. And so I'm a little just kind of concerned about that, if we're counting on having that automated system for this pickup, because it doesn't seem to be able to get put in place on the cul-de-sacs that come off of Rimrock, and I don't know where else in town. I really appreciate, I just wanted to lay that out there because that's what I've been told. I do appreciate the look to the future for recycling. I think it's long past time. I've visited friends all over with curbside composting and little tiny bins and little even tinier recycling bins, and they really do make it work. But I love the brainstorming about seasonal yard waste pickups, maybe through the green bin program or something like that. For those yard waste, leaves, things like that. We brown bag our leaves in the leaf collection bags when we need to in the fall. So I like that we're not necessarily looking at a one-size-fits-all solution for the city, and not necessarily penalizing people who live with houses with trees nearby. So thanks very much. I appreciate the long hours and the attention to detail in this program, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online, Kevin? Anybody else in the room with us tonight? Okay, we'll close our public comment period and ask staff to comment on two of the questions that were posed. First one, Walt Gulick, and I'm not sure I will repeat it correctly, but he had a question about the mechanics of the cardboard pickup, and either he or his son, or maybe you got it, can clarify that. Can Can you answer
So the question
those
was
concerns?
essentially how are we going to pick up the cardboard? And I think it was kind of dovetailed in with the safety of the crew and things like that. Am I accurate there?
And also about how do we use our current trucks and do people get out of the trucks and do we have more time taking care of it or how does it all work?
Yeah, so we would use our current trucks, current rear loaders, current staff. They would still have to get out of the truck and pick up the cardboard. The theory is if it's just cardboard, that collection will go faster. I won't have to throw 10 trucks at it like I currently do to pick up just whatever anybody's throwing out on the curb. So there still is going to be that manual piece, but cardboard weighs a lot less than some of these leaf bags that we're collecting, some of these trash bags that we're collecting. So the physicality aspect will still be there as you're up and down and walking, but the weight that we're physically lifting, I think will drastically decrease.
Okay.
And then long-term, if you guys remember, as we progress into carts or single stream or however we go, when we buy carts, we will start to replace those rear load trucks with automated side load trucks. And on that note, to address the other question that came in online, more than likely those dead-end streets are currently serviced trash with a rear loader due to the fact that they are a dead-end street. Since I've been here for roughly 2 years, we have a lot of that throughout town, that as we are finding some of that, if we can safely do so, we will change it to where a side loader backs up the street. 2 eyes are better than one is why they did that in the past. And if your truck's already there, dump the yard waste can. I get it. Is it the right thing to do? No, that's why I started looking at it when I got here. But those dead end streets, and they're all over town. The dead end streets are all over some of the older areas of Billings, present some challenges. So we would have to kind of look at that case by case and see what we can do there.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Kyle. Okay, that concludes public comment. Council, it is 20 to 10, but the staff is still looking for some sort of direction here, as best we can provide it. We still have just agenda, so we don't have a lot more to our the rest of our meeting tonight. Councilmember Dees?
Thank you, Mayor. None of the questions I had some additional questions. No one asked them, so I'll ask them. And just for reference, I did look up Great Falls. They at the $16.50 a month. They do pick up every week, and they also pick up extras every week. So they are picking up extras, contrary to what staff said about no other city picking up extras.
There was a charge.
No charge. So one of the things I want to ask is, because I talked about this last year, Jennifer. Is Kyle still here? Did he leave? Okay. So we talked about this last year where we show these pictures up there on the screen, had all this trash out there, but our code doesn't allow that. That's a violation of city code to have all that trash out there. So, and the hope was that the drivers would turn some of this in. How many code enforcement filings did the drivers or did the city turn in for people who were leaving their trash out like that and not putting the extras 4 feet away like they were supposed to, or leaving? Well, actually, you allowed the lids up, and so that's something else I'll talk about. So how many code enforcement filings did Public Works file against people who were actually in violation of putting their trash out like that and leaving trash on the?
Why don't you hold that unless we have somebody with us that can tell us?
So we don't know the exact number. Kyle, I'm not sure where he went, but we have been working much more closely with code enforcement, but primarily what we do right now is pick it up. I mean, if they put it out that day sprawled across like we see it, or they're bagging, 50 bags of leaves, we pick it up.
Okay, so just make sure I understand this, because I'm concerned for the safety of the drivers as well. And I don't believe they should be picking up things like that could have dangerous items in them. And so if our policy is to tell our drivers to pick that kind of stuff up, then I don't think we should. I think there should be some other ways to handle that to make sure it's safely picked up and not, endangering the drivers. And I do have, again, another question, because their policy says you allow the lids to be okay and overfilled. And often I hear people, in fact, there was not too long ago, I heard it's a conversation, people leave their lids overfilled, and the truck picks it up, and the trash goes over the truck instead of in the truck, and then the driver doesn't stop to pick up the bag that went off to the top, and they just drive away. Now we have trash on the street. And so it seems to me like the policy, Public Works policy, is encouraging people to overfill their trash cans and not charge. And so is that something you can actually change and let the truck drivers know, not just put a tag on it, but not even pick it up if it's overfilled? Because if we're going to continue to allow residents to overfill their bins, and again, I heard a lot of talk about trying to reduce the amount of trash going to the dump, that's contrary to our policy to try and reduce what's going to the dump. And so is that something that your drivers can do and change? And then if they have to pick up the trash, they'll have to have an extra charge because they didn't follow the policy on how the city picks up trash.
So yes, right now, if your trash lid is a little bit up, it's not going to dump out the back. We can pick those up. When it's overfilled, that's when we can't pick it up, and we do leave the note that stating why we couldn't pick it up. We don't have a dead set policy on don't do it, but we could certainly implement something. But right now, we do leave some of those that we just can't pick up. I've had calls from people.
And I would encourage more of that, and definitely not risking the drivers stopping to pick up any of that stuff that's left to the side and let code enforcement deal with it. And then the only other merit is when I look at the rate structure, and again, I don't fully 100% disagree with what you're proposing, but one thing I do disagree with, and I talked about this the last time as well, is, again, the policy is to try to reduce the amount of trash that we're taking to the dump, yet we allow an extra 96-gallon container to be $4.50 instead of the double the price of having this second container. I think we need to direct staff to have that rate to be double. Actually, that's what Great Falls is as well. They do a second container, you pay a second price. That's going to help reduce the amount of trash. That's going to help encourage people to not throw as much out. They're going to look for ways to recycle so they don't have to have that second container. And so I would encourage or ask the staff and direct them to change that line item to actually be a double a charge.
Okay. Kyle, we now have you. While you were away, the question was asked, how frequently do drivers report the messy situations that were shown in the photos to code enforcement?
Drivers directly to code enforcement? Hardly ever. They direct it to either myself or Daniel or another supervisor. And then if we deem that, okay, maybe we should have picked this up, or no, we're not picking that up, we contact code enforcement with the address. We take a picture saying, can you please go address this resident? And if we need to meet them out there to talk to the resident with them, we
Okay, so this was Councilmember Neese's question. How often does it happen by whomever would be responsible? It's quite rare. It
right now,
like.
I mean, it's pretty regularly. And it's not only the drivers, but it's neighbors too. You know, we talked about, someone said something about neighborly and community trash, man. I don't know, there's some parts of town where the neighbors are out to get each other. So there's, well, my neighbor did this and threw trash on the ground. So
Councilor Neese, this is your question. Did you want to follow up any more?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the whole point is, I think we allow, because the policies in the Public Works Department for solid waste allow the residents to continue to throw their trash out, contrary to what your policy is. And I talked about this last year when this came up, and maybe a year before that Public Works, the solid waste, doesn't enforce their own policy. If when we were having trouble before with the extra pickups because they were putting them too close to the can, then they need to stop picking those up. And until the residents gets the message that, hey, you're not doing it right, you have to do it right, we're not going to pick it up unless it's done right. And instead, what you're hearing is, it's taking the drivers too long. Well, it's taking the drivers too long because you're allowing them to continue to violate your own policies. And you need to let your drivers know, no, if it's not 4 feet away, don't pick it up. If the lid's open and overflowing, and there's even a remote chance that extra bag on top is going to go over the truck, don't pick it up. And those are the kind of things, I think, if you have those policies, then your drivers need to enforce them. If they're not enforcing them, that's a personnel issue that you have to, with your own department, deal with. And then especially...
I think just because it's quarter to 10, I think we better move on. Councilmember Shaw, be thinking, it seems to me that the issue of the size of the container, 64, is completely separate from the cardboard pickup, and I think we want to give direction on the smaller container issue, but, because I haven't heard any disagreement about that, but Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I wanted to correct a few things about Great Falls, because I'm on their sanitation page. They charge an additional $9.35 for a second can, which is approximately half of the first one. And they do charge for extras. They charge $8 a minute if it takes more than 2 minutes to pick up.
Okay.
Which is interesting. Anyway, but actually what I wanted to say was, do you feel like you have the direction you need? That what I've heard is a consensus to move forward with the proposal. That's what I heard tonight. I see a bunch of nodding heads. I mean,
yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that, but
okay.
we'll ask council to.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. I'm trying to move us along because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Absolutely. So we'll try to get to those ultimate issues if we can. Councilor Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think that's the consensus, actually. There might be a majority, but I think consensus is probably overstating it. Here's my concern fundamentally. I don't like sentences that say studies have shown no increase because I want to see those studies. And when I do a very quick and very uninformed Google, what I see is that the places where this work, it comes with many more belts and suspenders. So much more robust recycling, and even in some cases, city ordinances that make recycling mandatory or impose fees or fines for misbehavior. So I'm concerned what we have here, and I respect what you're saying, that we don't want to just sort of, blast people in the face with a comprehensive recycling program they can't comply with. But I think in order for pay to throw to work, we need to see where this is going. Can people adapt? Yeah, but there's also adaption fatigue. They've just finally figured out extras, and now extras are going to go away. And now we're going to do a new system in 6 weeks with no public education ahead of it. 6 weeks, we're going to start doing this. And then we might have more changes, because what I'm hearing is cardboard's the first, but then we need more. I do think we need more. I think we need more recycling, but I want to see where we're going. So for me to get comfortable with this, I would like to see a 5-year implementation plan. It doesn't have to be sworn in blood, but I want to know how many more changes and at what rate we're going to see. Are we going to see more recycling? What does it look like? How do we evaluate success? I just think we need to know more to understand what we're stepping into, rather than just saying, let's try this, and we don't know where we're going after that. So for me to get to truly supporting this, and I think we need more recycling, but I don't think we have a plan yet. And that would be my direction, is can we see a longer term implementation strategy?
Okay, we'll try to, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I understand Councilmember Owen's concerns, but when we raise the rates for the county, and those rates are passed on because those are private companies that pick that trash up, it didn't cover the county in trash. Those increased rates, people still paid and put their trash into containers. And I thought at the time, because we made a really big jump, I can't remember what year that was, like 2016 or something. I don't remember the year. Anyway, 2019 or so. It didn't happen. People didn't just throw their trash out beside the road. They kept on paying, and those costs were passed on by those private companies right on to those ratepayers. So I don't think that us making this change will mean there's trash everywhere, because there's trash everywhere right now. So if not everywhere, but if there's a business that's closed, if there's an area where there's a dumpster that's not watched, things get thrown in. But guess what? They go to the landfill. So that's not a really, really awful thing. I'm not sure that that will actually happen. And I understand that probably there are many communities that make ordinances about recycling. We could do that. But 5 years is a really long time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go next. If you're counting votes, you kind of got 2 yeses, 2 nos, a yes, and I'm kind of this no, sort of. But let me be a bit more granular and specific. I'm not hearing opposition to the 64 versus 90. That seems like a no-brainer to me, and provide good momentum in this direction. I am not hearing an opposition, nor have we had a lot of discussion, however, about more frequent code enforcement reports, not picking up the sort of things that Councilmember Bernice was going to, getting tough, to the extent that that's possible. It seems like we should look into that, or staff should look into that, those sorts of options. I'm not hearing any opposition, but again, we haven't really talked about it, about more pickup locations maintained by the city. Is that doable? That's also a potential low-hanging fruit, it seems, if it's affordable. But again, we haven't had a lot of discussion about that. Where I am hearing concern is about not really picking up cardboard, because why not if we can, but it includes getting rid of all extras pickup. And of course, we went from once a week to once a month, and that makes me gun shy, because when we went to the 90s from the 300s, everybody's phone just went off the wall, and it did not, it just makes, I think, everybody, including myself, gun shy. So if we make another significant change, I think we need to do it carefully, good public relations, know exactly where we're going to go, not make any changes. When we did the 30s, it was, which alleys, and then we had to change that, and there was a lot of messaging changing that was not good. So when we pull this trigger, we want to know where the bullet's going to go. But personally, again, I don't have any problem with picking up cardboard, but we've got to, if it really impacts the getting rid of the extras, that's where the rubber hits the road. And then last is just sort of the pace. If it's workers' comp claims, not being able to get employees, all those good reasons that make sense, we need to know the data that we could bring out to the public to strengthen that argument, not just say it, although of course it makes common sense, but we're not in a situation where we can just say things and make sure they're going to be bought. So anyway, those were some of my my comments. Councilmember Tiswell, just keep going down, don't feel any obligation, but, oh, Councilmember Tricky, thank you. Councilmember Tricky.
I pretty much echo what you just said, Mr. Mayor. I was thinking about the extras. I wasn't exactly sure how to handle that in terms of the cardboard. So, yeah, I guess I would agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tiswell?
I agree with the mayor. I agree with Jennifer. I'd like to see a little bit more detail in the plan. Roll it out a little bit slower. Don't rush it. That's really all.
Thank you. Councilmember Pearson?
Thank you. Another issue, I always thought it was a 50-pound weight lift, not 75. So that may be another area that you can make an adjustment. I agree on the long-term plan. We have master plans for everything, but this just seems like, well, let's try cardboard. The 10 to 15% cardboard, and you guys are talking wind. I'm not so concerned about wind, but how about that snow and the wet? I mean, cardboard is horrible when you try to pick it up. So I just think I know we're trying to go someplace with recyclables. I would like to see the city have, whether they're area bins for recyclables. I think that overgrown thing in Albertsons, that was unfortunate, but that was during COVID. No one was working. So I don't, that was unfortunate, it was unsightly, but still that was part of that era. So at this point, I am not a fan of this, given all the other reasonings behind whether it's long-term plan, whether it's just, and I don't think we've reached out into the community. I go to 2 task force and it's not been there. So I'm not sure where all these have been presented. And I do understand that there is an element in Billings, a group of the population that would love to see recyclables. I understand it, I get it, but we got to have a place to take it too. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Boyette.
Okay, I mean, what do you say? Do we want to recycle? Sure. Is this the way to do it? I'm not sure. Then everybody would end up with a month's worth of cardboard in their garage trying to figure out what to do with it. I mean, I recycle mine already. It's not that hard. Yeah, but it's easy to recycle. But I recycle more than just cardboard. That's what I'd like eventually to get to. There's a lot we could do.
Thank you. Councilor Ripsis.
And of course, I'm all on board. I do think, like Councilmember Owen was saying, that July 1st is probably a bit soon. I think we need just a little more time to get that prepared. I don't think it's, 6 or 12 months, but we need probably a few months to get the word out and manage that transition. Well, if we're getting rid of the extras, it looks horrible all over the neighborhood and things are just a mess. If you can't put it in your bin, there's opportunities to take it to the landfill, 6 days a week. But I think managing the transition, I'd like to see it just be a little bit more smooth than the 300 to 96. I only got one call after that. I think there was a lot of consternation before it happened and then very little after. So I didn't see it being that big of a deal. But I think we probably have fewer alleys in our ward than some of the other wards, and so that's, probably fine. But do it and get the long-term plan out there too. Let us know how we're going to get there in 3 to 5 years, so that we've got bins where we can throw everything in single stream and just have it taken care of. We need to get there. It's just, making sure we've got a decent plan to do it.
Okay, clear as.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Tricky.
I just want to make it really clear that the only concern I have is over losing extra pickups and being replaced with cardboard. I do not think it's a good idea to try to come up with a 5-year plan or a 3-year plan or even a 2-year plan. There's so many different things that could happen, so many things that we just don't know. And we do need to get out there and start trying things to find out what happens. And it's not that complicated. Lots of people have been doing it for a long time. So I just wanted to make it really clear that the only part about this that I'm uncomfortable with is losing the extra pickups.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Jennifer, we'll probably try to move on, but do you want to pose any other questions to us, or do you got any other
I
comments?
just wanted to clarify one thing to make sure everybody understands that we can't pick and choose some of these parts. So we can't do both extras and recycling. We can't do 64s and allow people to put out all their extra garbage at the curb either. They would just go to the 64s and then put out more, which would create more problems for us.
No.
Mayor? may I ask
Okay, on that, Councilor
clarifying
Rowan?
question? Could you do bag and tag extras?
And cardboard? We would need more trucks.
Okay.
To
There's
be
a
able to
capital
separate
investment
that.
then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that important clarification. Okay, Councilor, we're ready to move off to item number 3, highlight of upcoming agenda items. Chris?
May 22nd is going to be a model of efficiency. The meeting. You have bid package number 2 for City Hall. The good news is it's under the amended budget. I want to be careful not to imply that it's under the first, but it's under the amended budget. And good work's been done by the Budget and Finance Committee and others in prep there. Water, wastewater rates. A set of text amendments, the next grouping of text amendments, though I think they're pretty straightforward. Not everyone would agree with that. Annexation zone change preliminary plat on an area, and the franchise fee litigation. So it's full house, or it's a full agenda for May 22nd. And that's what you've got at the next regular meeting. And let's not forget, tomorrow we're back here.
Is there anything about tomorrow's agenda that requires us to?
Okay, we're gonna do a much better job next year paying attention to the order of what we put on the agenda and what we put in the memos. First, tomorrow we want to go first with building so that they've got some other things going on. So start with building.
Okay, if there's nothing else on that, there's no public comment on that, there's nobody in the public to comment. Council discussion? Thank you. Public comment on non-agenda items, there's no public to comment on that either, so we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And you're 2 hours ahead of midnight, so it's not all bad.